Halo.
Halo.
Ini suaranya sudah terdengar jelas atau butuh lebih?
Sudah jelas. Sudah jelas.
Okay.
Cek, cek. Apakah suara saya sudah jelas?
Mohon izin untuk share screen sebentar, boleh nggak, Mbak? Untuk yang CV-nya pembicara.
Boleh, boleh.
Host disable participant screen sharing. Coba lagi ya.
Boleh, silakan.
Oke, sudah bisa.
Sudah terlihat.
Oke.
Oke.
Oke. Stop sharing.
Cek, cek, 1, 2. Cek. Tunjukkan volume suaranya nih. Cek 1 2 cek 1 2 3. Cek. Cek 1 2 3. Ladies and gentlemen. Please attention, the webinar will start in 5 minutes. For all of the participants, please take your seat because the webinar will start soon. Attention for all of the participants of the webinar. Please take your seat because the webinar will start soon. Okay, please attention. The webinar will start soon in 5 minutes for all of the participants. Please take your seat because the webinar will start soon. Attention for all of the participants. Please take your seat because the webinar will start soon. Please, to all of the participants, please take your seat because the webinar will start soon in 5 minutes. Okay, attention for all of the participants, please take your seat because the webinar will start soon in 5 minutes. Please, for all of the webinar participants, please take your seat because the webinar will start soon in 5 minutes. Attention, please, for all of the participants, please take your seat because the webinar will start soon in 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start. Before it starts, I will read the rules during the webinar. Number 1 is the host controls the video and audio function and is activated only for moderators and the speakers. Number 2, to ask a question, participant can use the chat function. Participant can ask questions about technical issues or related to the topic of the webinar discussion. The committee will compile and respond as needed. Number 3, the committee will compile questions in the chat column to be submitted to the moderator and become material for discussion in the question and answer session. Number 4, we expect to all of the participants to fill out a post-activity questionnaire, and the questionnaire link will be displayed in the chat column at the end of the session. And the last one is the committee will send the certificate in the form of an electronic document or a certificate with the email account address registered during the registration no later than 7 days after the end of the webinar. Baik, sebelum memulai webinar, saya akan membacakan peraturan proses webinar. Yang pertama, yaitu video dan audio akan dikendalikan oleh host. Fungsi video audio dikendalikan oleh host dan hanya diaktifkan untuk moderator dan pembicara. Nomor 2, untuk menyampaikan pertanyaan, peserta dapat menggunakan fungsi chat. Peserta dapat menyampaikan pertanyaan tentang masalah teknis maupun terkait topik pembahasan webinar, dan panitia akan mengkompilasi dan merespon sesuai dengan kebutuhan. Nomor 3, pertanyaan yang Anda sampaikan dalam kolom chat yang telah disubmit akan dikompilasi oleh panitia untuk disampaikan ke moderator dan akan menjadi bahan diskusi dalam sesi tanya jawab. Yang terakhir, Sesi tanya-jawab interaktif dilaksanakan oleh pembicara dengan panduan oleh moderator. Well, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please be upon you, His Excellency Mr. Awan Dramawan SPD MKes, Director of Health Polytechnic of Health Ministry Mataram, the Honorable Ms. Sajaratudur Faikah, SST MKes, Chair of Midwifery Department of Health Polytechnic of Health Ministry Mataram, and also one of the speakers today, the Honorable Dr. Zoe Bradfield, Ms. Zainab Hadja Motsafi, PhD, Dr. Claire Fillet, Ms. Bai Iin Rumintang, SSITMK, as the speakers today. And for all of the distinguished participants, we will say, welcome to the international webinar, The Role of Midwives in the Future in Facing Global Challenges, presented by Midwifery Department of Poltekkes Kemenkes Mataram 2022. Before the webinar is started, let me first introduce myself. I'm Nina Zalfa Hairunisa, the Master of Ceremony for this event. It is a very beautiful and precious chance for me to be the Master of Ceremony. Well, we have several agendas for this particular webinar, so allow me to read several sequences of our plan. First is opening, the second is presentation and discussion, and the last one is closing. Without any further ado, let us start our event this afternoon. Before starting our webinar, let us hear Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We would like to invite participants to stand up during singing our national anthem. We would like to invite participants to stand up. your seats again. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to a welcoming speech delivered by Director of Health Polytechnic of Health Ministry Mataram. Please welcome Mr. Awan Damawan MKes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat, Indonesia sehat, bersyukur. Yang saya hormati Ibu narasumber Dr. Joe Bradfield, kemudian yang saya hormati Ibu Dr. Zainab Hajah Muhammad Safi, kemudian yang akan menyusul yaitu Ibu Dr. Feli. Yang saya hormati yang hadir di ruangan ini, Bapak Ibu Hadir 1, 2, kemudian Ketua Jurusan Kebidanan, Ketua Jurusan Keperawatan, Ketua Jurusan Analis, dan Bapak Ibu undangan, termasuk Ketua Program Studi, seluruh jajaran Jurusan Kebidanan, serta seluruh peserta yang hadir ikut di seminar internasional ini berjumlah sekitar 1.000 orang, para praktisi, bidan, praktek, ibu-ibu dosen dari institusi perguruan tinggi, negeri, swasta, politeknik, universitas, stikes yang berada di seluruh wilayah Republik Indonesia. Alhamdulillah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah SWT, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Atas rahmatnya kita pada hari ini bisa memulai seminar internasional ini dengan tema peran bidan di masa depan untuk menghadapi tantangan global. Ini adalah tema yang sangat bagus, artinya bahwa jurusan kebidanan Poltekkes Mataram ini mulai mendekatkan diri masuk di dalam dunia internasional. Kalau melihat dampak global ini ada beberapa hal. Yang pertama, kita semakin mudah mendapatkan informasi tentang program bidan ini. Jadi bidan yang ada, jurusan kebidanan, program profesi ini sangat mudah didapat. Kalau sudah masuk di dalam globalisasi, berarti kita sudah masuk di ruang dunia internasional. Kemudian yang kedua, globalisasi ini adalah suatu bentuk untuk menciptakan tenaga bidan yang profesional. Jadi kalau yang tadi juga yang sebagai pemandu acara, itu ada juga alumni bidan, dan bahasa yang sudah harus siap ya. Jadi institusinya harus sudah siap, jurusan harus sudah siap bagaimana untuk berkompetisi di kancah internasional. Kemudian ketiga, harus mulai meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan. Jadi tidak dibatasi oleh ruang dan waktu. Jadi di saat belajar merdeka tanpa ada ruang yang khusus untuk harus belajar. Dia bisa dalam saat dia berjalan, dia bisa mengikuti pembelajaran. Dan kemungkinan juga bisa untuk pendidikan profesi bidang dari poltekkes lain ataupun institusi lain bisa mengikuti, ataupun dari negara lain. Ya. Jadi ini harus kita bisa mempersiapkan. Ya. Kalau saya kemarin itu mendapat informasi untuk akreditasi saja, Rusia sudah meminta Lampetekes RI untuk mengakreditasi pendidikan kesehatan di Rusia. Ini berarti standarnya sudah memenuhi. Jadi kalau standar A-nya akreditasi, berarti sudah bisa diakui secara internasional. Kemudian kita ingin menciptakan tenaga yang berkualitas, yang bisa go internasional. Jadi pemberdayaan perempuan ini memang menjadi kebutuhan dunia, tidak lagi menjadi kebutuhan Indonesia. Kalau saya ingat pada tahun 80-an itu meninggalnya satu bayi itu sangat sama dengan biaya membeli satu pesawat Airbus. Begitu tinggi penghargaan, apalagi kalau bayi yang meninggal ini punya karir masa depan sebagai seorang kepala negara. Berapa kerugian yang didapat dengan kematian seorang bayi. Sehingga informasi-informasi secara global ini menjadi penting untuk kita pelajari bersama. Kemudian adanya perubahan struktur dan sistem pendidikan. Kita harus mulai merubah struktur, metode pembelajaran, kemudian secara luring, daring. Ini sudah harus dimulai. Kalau kita sudah bicara global, bisa posisi 60-40 dosen secara internasional, dan kita harus memulai untuk berbicara berbagai bahasa. Kalau sudah bicara global, tidak lagi harus satu bahasa. Jadi kita sudah tidak membatasi bahasa, tidak membatasi warna kulit, tidak membatasi lagi kebangsaan. Itu adalah bicara global. Nah, saya kira untuk di Nusa Tenggara Barat pun sudah dimulai dengan Pertamina Mandalika GP di NTB ini, saya kira ini sudah mendunia. Jadi harusnya juga kita bersamaan berkompetisi dengan kecepatan motor GP. Program bidang ini di Nusa Tenggara Barat harus mulai berbicara secara global. Jadi bahasa bukan lagi menjadi satu kurikulum di dalam kurikulum pendidikan, tapi sudah menjadi kebutuhan lulusan di Poltekkes Mataram atau di jurusan kebidanan ini harus menguasai berbagai bahasa internasional. Saya atas nama pimpinan menyampaikan terima kasih kepada seluruh narasumber, Ibu Dr. Zul dari Australia. Terima kasih Bu Dokter. Kemudian Bu Dr. Jenal dari Malaysia. Selamat datang. Bu Jenab, selamat datang. Jadi kita sedikit cakap-cakap Malaysia. Selamat datang ke Indonesia. Sehat, Malaysia, sukses. Saya kira ini juga ada latar belakang nurse. Saya juga kebetulan di Indonesia adalah sebagai Dewan Pertimbangan Pengurus Pusat PPNI Republik Indonesia. Saya kira Midwife dan nurse ini adalah dua saudara yang memang harus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi dalam menyelesaikan persoalan-persoalan ibu dan anak, persoalan reproduksi dan pemberdayaan perempuan. Jadi saya atas nama pimpinan menyampaikan terima kasih dan mohon maaf apabila dalam kegiatan ini banyak hal yang kekurangan, mungkin dari jaringan, berbagai daerah ataupun tempat kami ini dengan penggunaan yang banyak. Mudah-mudahan bisa berjalan lancar, dan terima kasih juga kepada pembicara yang ada di sini, yaitu Bu Faika, ya, kajurnya, kemudian Bu Dr. Sudarmi sebagai moderator, kemudian Bu In, ya, In sebagai pembicara. Jadi dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, bahwa seminar sehari dengan tema di sini yaitu peran bidan di masa depan untuk menghadapi tantangan global. Nanti ada Bu Putri yang menerjemahkan nanti itu apa bahasa Inggrisnya. Jadi nanti diterjemahkan ke bahasa Inggris, bahasa Korea, bahasa Taiwan, bahasa Afrika, bahasa Arab Saudi juga. Saya kira penerjemahnya itu sudah memahami, ya, sudah berlama buana itu ke Jepang, ke Amerika. Terima kasih kepada penerjemah Bu siapa namanya? Bu Santi, ya. Terima kasih Bu Santi, ya, sudah ikut bergabung. Mudah-mudahan kerjasama yang baik dari tubuh kita semua ini menjadi nilai ibadah. Dan saya atas nama pimpinan juga menyampaikan permohonan lahir batin karena sudah mendekati Ramadan. Mudah-mudahan kita semua yang hadir baik secara daring dan luring ini tetap dalam keadaan sehat dan dijauhkan dari segala bentuk virus yang telah melanda kita. Saya akhiri, terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Salam, Om Swastiastu. Salam budaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat, Indonesia sehat.
Thank you, Mr. Awan Dramawan SPD MKes, for your delightful speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the webinar agenda. The first session will be delivered by Dr. Zoe Bradfield, Ms. Zainab Haji Muhammad Safi, PhD, and Ms. Syajaratudur Faikah, SSIT MKes. And also, this agenda will be guided by Ms. Niputu Ari Prigayanti as the moderator for the first and second speaker, and Dr. Sudarmi SST MKes as the moderator for the third speaker. Now, I will give the first session of this webinar to the moderator now. Please welcome Ms. Niputu Ari Prigayanti.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nina. Can everyone hear the...
Hello, Ms. Santi.
Hello. Thank you very much, Ms. Nina.
Okay, you're welcome. The time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our international webinar with the theme, The Role of Midwife in the Future in Facing Global Challenges. We're going to explore the challenges and opportunities in implementing midwifery educations, research, midwifery services, and midwife profession in the future. My name is Santi Pirgayanti. I'm very delighted to be the part of this extraordinary event and to moderate this webinar together with my co-moderator, Ibu Sudarmi. There will be 5 speakers in this webinar. The first and foremost, Dr. Zoe Bradfield. Second, Zainab Hajah Mon Shafi, PhD, followed by Ibu Syajaratudur Faikah, SSIT MKes. After the break, will be Dr. Claire Philly. The last but not the least, Ibu Baik Iin Rumintang, SST MKes. In this panel, each speaker will present their topic for about 20 minutes. The moderator will recap the presentation in 5 minutes, then followed by 10 minutes Q&A session right after each speaker deliver their presentations. For participant who has questions, please write your questions in the chat function. Selamat siang. Selamat datang saya ucapkan kepada semua peserta webinar yang berbahagia pada siang hari ini. Tema webinar internasional tahun ini adalah peran bidan di masa depan menghadapi tantangan global. Kita akan melihat dan berdiskusi tentang tantangan beserta peluang pelaksanaan pendidikan, penelitian, pelayanan kebidanan, dan profesi bidan di masa mendatang. Ada 5 pembicara pada panel kali ini, dimoderasi oleh rekan saya Ibu Sudarmi dan saya. Pada panel ini, setiap pembicara akan menyampaikan topik mereka masing-masing dalam 20 menit. Setelah itu, moderator akan menyampaikan kembali hal penting yang pembicara sampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Lalu dilanjutkan sesi tanya-jawab langsung setelah setiap pembicara menyampaikan presentasinya. Mohon para peserta untuk menuliskan pertanyaan pada kolom chat. All right, without further ado, let's kick it with our first speaker, Dr. Bradfield. All right. Okay. Dr. Bradfield is a very productive midwifery academia at Curtin University, Perth, Western Australia. She's a researcher, educator, and senior midwife that her work contributes to better outcome for women, the family, and society. Please see further awards she received, work and publications she has made in the link, in the website in Curtin University. On this occasion, she'll talk about midwifery education during COVID-19 challenges and opportunities. Baik, para hadirin, beliau adalah seorang akademisi di Universitas Curtin, Perth, Australia Barat. Selain itu, beliau adalah seorang bidan yang sangat berpengalaman dan juga seorang peneliti. Kali ini beliau akan berbicara tentang tantangan dan peluang bidan selama pandemi. Good afternoon, Dr. Bradfield.
Good afternoon, Shanti. What a lovely introduction. Thank you.
My pleasure. Nice to meet you, and it's a real honor to have you here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
All right, dear participants, please welcome Dr. Bradfield. And Dr. Bradfield, in 20 minutes, the screen is yours, please.
Thank you. And can you enable screen sharing for me, please?
All right.
It still says it's disabled.
Oh, okay. Can the committee please open the access to Dr. Bradfield, please? Because I have stopped the screen sharing.
Yeah, it says I don't have permission. Who can share? Let's have a look. Maybe I can change it. Hey.
Yes. Dr. Zoe, already can share your screen?
I can now. I think you can see it, the full screen?
Yeah.
Not the notes page. Excellent.
Okay. The time
Very
is
good.
yours.
Thank you. Selamat siang. Saya senang sekali untuk bertemu dengan semuaan hari ini. Maaf, sekarang dalam bahasa Inggris ya. Saya belajar di sekolah saya tapi 30 tahun yang lalu. Jadi saya lupa banyak. Tua saya. It's such a pleasure to be with you today, and I would like to extend my thanks to the organising committee and Ibu Intan for the invitation to speak with you again. I spoke with your fantastic conference a couple of years ago now, and we have stayed in touch, and I'm very pleased to be asked to join you again today. And what a fantastic title of today's conference, The Role of Midwives Facing Global Challenges. My presentation today is going to take a primary healthcare focus, and I'm hoping that by the end of my speaking that you will feel encouraged and inspired with a fresh understanding of the role of midwives as experts in primary reproductive health. So that's the goal for today. I'd like to start in my country. We start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands that we meet on. And for me, that is the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. And so I will pay my respect to those elders who are past, present, and who will lead us in the future. This beautiful painting was developed by a midwife, also a friend and colleague and midwifery alumna from Curtin University. Her name is Valerie Archie, and the story of this painting is a traditional Aboriginal Australian painting, and it represents the transference and continuity of knowledge between generations of Aboriginal women since creation. And I see here the similarities between this traditional Aboriginal painting and Javanese batik. There are similarities there in the style of painting. And I guess that's reflective of what we're doing here today. We're coming together so that we can share knowledge, so that we can continue to improve outcomes for all women and families in our care. A little bit more of an introduction about me. So the map of Australia and where the blue pinpoint is, that is Perth in Australia Barat. And that's where I live, in the capital city, Perth of Western Australia. And I have a joint appointment. I work both at Curtin University and at King Edward Memorial Hospital. When I'm at the hospital, I work and lead research at King Edward. King Edward is the #1 hospital for women in Western Australia. It's for all women, but particularly for mothers and babies as well. When I'm working at the university, this is a photo of me and some colleagues and some of our students, and I teach midwifery students and also do midwifery research too. So those are the two main things that I do in my role. Let's start today. We know that the conference title is The Role of Midwives in Facing Global Challenges. So to prepare for this, I started to do some research to look at what are the challenges that are faced particularly by women and girls around the world. And there is no one list, but there are many organisations who together have come up with lists that similarly agree with what are the key issues or challenges affecting girls and women around the world. And there is broad consensus on this list. Global Citizen, UN Women, UNFPA, they all agree that these are the key challenges that are faced by women and girls around the world. We have access to education, employment opportunities, reproductive health rights, maternal health, gender-based violence, child marriage, female genital mutilation, water and sanitation, and gender equality. So these are broadly agreed challenges that are experienced disproportionately by women and girls around the world. I'm going to make the focus of my talk today around reproductive health rights, and that might seem like a strange topic to choose, but for me, I really believe that reproductive health rights are the key to unlocking and to improving the access and outcomes for women and girls around the world. And I'm going to prosecute that argument for us today, and I wonder if you'll agree when we finish. So let's start by looking at what is good sexual and reproductive health. What is sexual and reproductive health? And the UNFPA have defined it like this, that it's a health state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So it's important to realise that this is not just about not being sick, but it's also about being well. Both of those things are required in order for health to be there. And it's these health states as they relate to the reproductive system. And it says that women need to be able to have a safe and satisfying sex life, the capability to reproduce and to have babies, and the freedom to decide when, if, and if we want to do it, how often we want to do it. These are the three key criteria in order for there to be the presence of sexual and reproductive health. This report on the right-hand side was commissioned by UNFPA and Care Australia. I strongly recommend it to you for your reading, and perhaps if there's students joining us today, maybe for your assignments. This report is titled The Working Paper, Linking Women's Economic Empowerment, Eliminating Gender-Based Violence and enabling sexual and reproductive health rights. And I thought that this was a really interesting title for this report. We understand that women are disproportionately impacted in terms of economic disempowerment, but the key factor, the UNFPA and Care Australia, the key factor that they draw from this is this disadvantage around sexual and reproductive health. And what they say is, whenever women around the world experience disadvantage in relation to their sexual and reproductive health, that it impacts on their human rights, it results in economic disempowerment and an inability to earn enough income, and also gender-based violence. It is strongly linked with gender-based violence, and we know that women around the world are disproportionately impacted by gender-based violence. But something that's very encouraging for us is the State of the World's Midwifery Report. And I'm sure many of you are aware of this State of the World's Midwifery Report, which was authored by UNFPA, WHO, and many other collaborating organisations. And that was released at the end of 2021. And it speaks to us and says about the really, really important role that midwives play. In fact, they say that midwives around the world can provide 90% of all the world's sexual and reproductive health needs. I wonder, for those of us who are already midwives, if we think about the way that we practice, do you think that you are able and equipped to provide 90% of the sexual and reproductive health needs of the people that you meet with? And I wonder if perhaps you're aware of some systemic barriers or maybe knowledge barriers that there may be for you to do that. I wonder if this target for some of us is aspirational, this 90% target, or if we're already working in that space. We know that midwifery is a public health profession, and we haven't called ourselves this very well in the past. We have not necessarily identified as public health clinicians, but 100% midwives are public health megastars. We do the hands and feet work of applied clinical public health every single day when we do midwifery. And I think probably the pandemic that we're in has brought to our awareness just how important public health clinicians like midwives and nurses are in the day-to-day operations of health systems. And of course, we know that midwives can provide sexual and reproductive health care for women in a range of settings. So traditionally, we understand that midwives work in hospitals, but the wonderful thing about midwifery is that it can be done wherever the bidan is. Wherever the midwife is, that is where midwifery is taking place. So I can be a midwife in a school. I can be a midwife in a clinic. I can be a midwife under a tree. I can be a midwife in somebody's home. There doesn't need to be a hospital in order for me to be doing the work of midwifery. And I think it's really important that globally, as a profession, we raise our awareness and our understanding and confirm our commitment as a profession to taking midwifery wherever women need it. So if you need me to come to your home, I come to your home. If you need me to come to your work and there's lots of women working at your work, why can I not run a clinic at your workplace? If you need me to come to the school because it's easier for women to access midwifery care through the school when they're dropping kids off, why can I not come there? Of course I can. Midwives can be anywhere. And in fact, not only can they should. So let's move on. How do we achieve and maintain sexual and reproductive health? Number one, we need access to accurate information. We need safe and effective and affordable access to acceptable contraception. And women need to have a choice in what and if contraception that they use. And then finally, we need to be informed and empowered to protect ourselves from sexually transmitted infection. And then finally, the UNFPA wraps up and they say, when women decide to have children, that we must have access to services that can help us to stay healthy in pregnancy, that we can have a safe birth, and that we can have a healthy baby, and that every woman has the right to make her own choices about our sexual and reproductive health. I really believe that this is the key to us unlocking the power that women, many who don't realise that they have, in improving their health outcomes and their economic outcomes by attending to and accessing and having equity of access to sexual and reproductive health. And so we've had a look at how women benefit when they have good access to sexual and reproductive health. We understand that they have better economic outcomes, reduced gender-based violence, reduced gender-based inequities, broadly speaking. What about for midwives? Why should we have a focus on sexual and reproductive health? I really do believe that realising and understanding our role as experts in primary sexual and reproductive health is the key to unlocking the advancement of our profession as it relates to these points. We know that we are midwives, we are experts in primary sexual and reproductive health. We are also experts in primary maternity care. When I teach my students in class, regardless of what topic I'm teaching, every day that I teach them, I say to them, you must repeat this. Midwives are experts in primary maternity care. Midwives are experts in primary maternity care. I think we need to tell ourselves as much as we need to tell other people. We absolutely are experts in primary maternity care. And actually the models that you have in Indonesia tell me that you already know this, perhaps better than some developing nations and your nearest neighbours do. And so the fact that midwifery is born from a philosophy of establishing a trusting relationship with women means that we as a profession are best placed to do this work. It helps us as midwives to broaden our understanding of the scope and setting for the ways in which midwives work, and realising our expertise in sexual and reproductive health enables us to do that. And then finally, there are a variety of opportunities for employment in a range of settings that mean that we can have a meaningful and satisfying work life. We know the State of the World's Midwifery Report told us that we're going to need 1 million more midwives in the next 20 years. Can you imagine it? 1 million more midwives. We already have a global workforce shortage around midwifery. What we can do to contribute to adding to the midwifery workforce and retaining midwifery workforce is really important. And I believe that offering opportunities for meaningful and satisfying employment will be what keeps midwives in midwifery for the future. And then, of course, all of the benefits that come to women, their babies, their families, society, and the world, because they have access to good midwifery care, will flow. So let's have a look again at this list of challenges that are faced by women and girls around the world and look at the role that midwives can play in addressing these. Education. So we know that a large component of the work that midwives do is empowerment through education and ensuring that women have access to evidence-informed knowledge. Tick for midwifery. We know that midwifery employs the highest number of females around the world. So in terms of women having access to employment opportunities and making meaningful economic pursuits, in Australia, for example, the workforce is 98.5% female is midwives. So we are one of the highest female-dominated workforces in the world. Tick for midwifery. Reproductive health rights, we've already covered the role that midwives play in accessing that. Maternal health, that's what midwifery is all about. It's about providing access to good quality maternal health. Gender-based violence, we know that our relational models embedded with trust mean that midwives are best placed to screen, assess, educate, and refer women to safety. Child marriage and FGM, we know that the trusting relationships with mothers at the birth of their girl babies means that we can provide education and a transformation of traditional practices that have been shown to be harmful to young girls. Water and sanitation. I was thinking, in my head, how do midwives meet the challenge of water and sanitation? But I came up with it, it's okay. Basic hygiene. And a lot of our education is around informing people about basic hygiene as a public health mechanism. And whilst we might not be part of the infrastructure development, getting the pumps and the basic clean water access, we can provide information and education and empower communities who are often led by older women who want to activate for change for their better outcomes for their community. So tick for midwives there too. And then finally, for gender equality. Midwifery is a justice-making profession. It's why I love it, and it's why I stay in it, because it is a way that we can bring equity and bring equality through the most fundamental of human experiences, which is making the next generation of humans. And that is such an appealing part and a powerful part of midwifery to be able to address global challenges. Most of us would identify as midwives that look like this. So we sit with women, we provide education, we do assessments, and we might think of ourselves like this. What I would offer to you is that the reality is midwives around the world, regardless of what we look like on the outside, this is what we look like on the inside. Are you ready? Like this. We are public health megastars, and we are primary health superstars. This is the role of midwifery to address the global challenges by women and girls around the world. So I'm going to leave you with a challenge slide. I like to do this. And you might be asking, okay, so what can I do? If you've convinced me that midwives are an important part of bringing sexual and reproductive health justice, and doing that helps to address the global challenges experienced by girls and women around the world, what can I do? And so I've broken it up into several sections. If you are a student, you might be thinking and asking now about opportunities for midwives to be employed in primary care settings. Outside of hospitals is the future to bring midwifery back to the community, which is where it all began anyway. Before the medicalisation of birth, midwives and those of us that played the role of birth work, we were in the community. There wasn't a hospital to belong to. So of course we were in the community. I think the future for our profession is getting back there. So for students, that's your challenge. You might be a new graduate or maybe a mid-career midwife, and you might be looking for something different. I'd encourage you to begin to prepare yourself, undertake extra education regarding sexual and reproductive health, or finding settings for you to work in, network and bring innovative ideas to where you're working. Public health units are beginning to understand that midwives are public health megastars, and they want to employ midwives around the world. Maybe you're an educator and you can consider yourself, what's your knowledge, experience and skills around sexual and reproductive health? Maybe you need to undertake some more training, and you might need some extra professional development in order to equip and train the next generation of midwives. And then leaders. Now is the time for us to be brave and to acknowledge our role in addressing the urgent need for change. We must, as a global community, improve the equity and the equality for women. And as leaders of health services and public policy makers, it's up to us to plan and point services in the right direction. And midwifery, you can see, is a key part of this solution in the future. So in closing, we've seen why addressing sexual and reproductive health care is important, the broad impact that sexual and reproductive health has on women's economic status and on their well-being generally. We've seen how midwives are critical to addressing the needs that we have. And then finally, we've had the challenge about how we can provide sexual and reproductive health within the current models, but also looking to future models where we bring primary care to the women in the community setting. So I'll leave it there. I'm happy to have any questions, and I will stop my screen sharing. Thank you.
Thank you for your amazing and insightful presentations. Yeah, it was very good to learn from your point of view, Dr. Bradfield. So my apology, I said a wrong topic earlier.
Fine, we got there.
Yeah, all right. So I noticed that you talk about the women reproductive health. All right. And you are encouraged, everyone here, to be brave and just see the urgent needs for the change, for the better, future for the women and equity and quality for the women. Alright, baik Dr. Bradfield, baik para hadirin, saya membuat kesalahan tadi karena menyebutkan topik yang salah ya, saya menyebutkan peran, tantangan dan peluang dari pendidikan kebidanan, tetapi Dr. Bradfield berbicara tentang kesehatan reproduksi wanita. Ya, beliau memaparkan, I screenshot what you said. I'm sorry. Oke, ada beberapa poin penting yang beliau bicarakan adalah akses terhadap pendidikan, lalu peluang pekerjaan dan hak untuk mendapatkan kesehatan reproduksi, kesehatan ibu, dan kekerasan dari gender, ya, dan pernikahan di bawah umur serta mutilasi alat kelamin perempuan. Seperti itu. Lalu beliau juga berbicara tentang seksual dan kesehatan reproduksi. Beliau juga menyinggung tentang human right, yaitu hak asasi manusia, dan tentang ekonomi, tentang gender lagi, dan beliau mengatakan bahwa peran bidan itu sangat besar sekali. Bidan memiliki 90% kebutuhan untuk edukasi tentang kesehatan reproduksi. Baik, itu saja dari Dr. Bradfield, and I'm so happy to learn personally about this. All right, so I would like to invite some questions. Yeah, so I have received some questions from the organizing committee. All right, so the first one, Dr. Zoe Bradfield. Apakah memungkinkan pelayanan telemedicine dilakukan dalam pelayanan kebidanan? Bagaimana pelaksanaan? Okay. So, all right. So the question is about how the midwife service related to the health reproductive in COVID pandemic, like in the telemedicine, how it is practiced.
Yeah, yep. It's a great question. Yeah.
Okay.
So the list that we had, of course, of the challenges that are faced by girls and women around the world, of course, we know that COVID has just added an additional layer of challenge and barrier to them accessing services. So it's a great question by your committee, and thank you. The reality is we have switched quite quickly to telehealth medicine, and for some women that has actually improved their access, because particularly if I have small children and I can't get to an appointment, but I can join on telehealth, then that is more convenient for me. Also, it allows me, if I'm feeling embarrassed, it allows me to have camera off, and I can still access the education that I need and that I want in order to empower myself to make decisions for my health that contribute to the health of my family. But of course, that means that people need to have technology. And we know around the world, in Australia and Indonesia, there are people who do not have access to technology. And so when services are limited because of COVID, while some people can access through telehealth, other people have nothing. Is absolutely nothing. So we know that we can expect for the health states of women, particularly where it bears in relation to sexual and reproductive health, to have gone backwards during COVID. So we will have lots of work to do, which is why I believe that we need to be using the opportunity now to prepare to have midwives out in the community, to be bringing midwifery care to the women, so that when we can safely get together again, when COVID is less, that our workforce are ready for this community embedded way of working, rather than asking women to always come to the hospital, always come to the hospital. Why don't we take midwifery to the women? And if we are preparing our workforce, so our students and our graduates, and if we are preparing the policy and the models of care to do that, then when COVID finally settles down, we will be ready to take that care to where it is needed, rather than asking women to always come to us.
Thank you, Dr. Bradfield. I hope the explanation from Dr. Bradfield will make this question answered. So she said that telemedicine ini baik sekali karena untuk para wanita juga selalu dapat mengakses bagaimana atau mengakses apa yang dia butuhkan tanpa harus malu. Kalaupun menggunakan video call, dia tetap bisa mematikan videonya, tetapi tetap dapat diedukasi oleh para bidan atau otoritas yang bisa membantu para wanita tersebut. Tetapi Dr. Bradfield juga mengatakan bahwa memang dengan cara ini kita semua butuh teknologi, dan tidak semua dari kita in context, maybe in a small scope in West Nusa Tenggara or in Indonesia, not all women can get the access for the technology. Mungkin itu PR kita semua di sini untuk tetap bisa membantu para wanita dengan cara jarak jauh, tapi mungkin teknologinya disesuaikan. Itu menjadi, so it's gonna be our homework for all here, Dr. Bradfield. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So shall we jump to the second questions? Okay. Bagaimana mendesain suatu program kampanye kesehatan reproduksi pada remaja agar bisa terintegrasi dengan kurikulum sekolah yang mungkin di Indonesia kadang dianggap tabu dan sulit untuk masuk ke dalam lingkungan dan sistem pendidikan. Alright, this is Dr. Bradfield. So the question is how to design a campaigns program like a health productive campaigns program for the teenagers that is integrated with the school curriculum, which is in Indonesia, it's still taboo in their environments. All right.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm so pleased that you asked it. It's more appropriate that you ask it than I go there. So you've invited me, you have buka pintu, you've opened the door for me to answer this now. So thank you. And so I guess what I would say is that our young people, they will get this information whether we give it to them or not. And so whilst I recognise the challenges of introducing this information in conservative society, I think it is time that we bring on board faith-based leaders. Those from all different faith backgrounds and those from traditional backgrounds, and help them to realise that our young people will access information whether we give it to them or not. So of course we would prefer for it to be evidence-based, and the tabooing of certain body parts has a history in gender-based subjugation anyway. So that in and of itself should be addressed. Because whether I'm talking about a uterus, or I'm talking about an elbow, or I'm talking about an eyeball, or I'm talking about testicles, they are body parts. And they are body parts that we all need to know about. And our young people will find information that is probably not evidence-based if we don't give it to them. And I think what we are living with now is this legacy consequence of probably the last sort of wilderness, if you like, of healthcare. I picked up a physiology text from my medical school not long ago. It was published in early 1900. The uterus was not even present in the physiology text. And so in 120 odd years, we have come so far that now we actually have female reproductive parts in the textbooks so that we can learn about them. It is our obligation, it is our public health mandate to ensure that future populations of our citizens are well by virtue of them having access to evidence-informed information. And I think the best way to address this is actually to bring our faith and cultural leaders into the conversation, to ask them, because they, in their congregations, in their mosques, in their churches, in their villages, they are also living with the consequences of poor access to health information. Their children are getting pregnant out of wedlock. Their children are contracting sexually transmitted infections. Their children are living with the consequences of not having access to this information. So, of course, out of a heart of love, they will want their people to have access to good information. So I think inclusive conversations are the way forward.
All right, Dr. Bradfield, thank you very much. So I've got, okay, so the focus is, even though it is taboo, the focus is about the body and the health. Yeah, and the legacy consequences of those things. So she proposed a very practical way, yeah, I would say. And she said that we have to ask the faith and cultural leaders to start open these conversations, ya. Jadi beliau memberikan saran yang sangat mungkin sederhana, tetapi saya merasa itu sangat akan bekerja dengan baik jika komunikasi yang dianggap tabu ini dimulai dari ketua adat atau orang-orang yang dianggap bisa didengar oleh masyarakat untuk memulai komunikasi tentang health productive. Baik, itu saja dari saya. Mungkin would you like to add something, Dr. Bradfield? Yeah, okay. All right, let me ask midwives. Okay. All right, one more question, Dr. Bradfield.
Okay.
Yeah. So as we heard just now, she said midwives are a mega superstars. Yeah, I do agree with that. All right, I couldn't agree more. So the question, midwifery should come to the community and not always ask women to go to the hospital. How do you explain and suggest the home birth programs such as in Australia? So the question is about the home birth. Yes, please, Dr. Bradfield.
Oh, look, to be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed answering this because we could learn a lot from you because it is only in more recent times that birth has come from the villages into the hospitals. And so for us, birth has been in hospital in Australia for at least 100 odd years. Prior to that, yes, midwives did go to the community. We have a fantastic publicly funded community midwifery program, which is a home birthing program. But I guess it's important to provide a distinction that I'm not just talking about birth, I'm talking about where we provide antenatal care. In most cases, pregnant women are our most well population. Not all pregnant women are sick, they're just pregnant. And particularly during COVID, we have seen it is absolutely ridiculous to have well population coming to the place where we are sick, rumah sakit, where people are sick. And so of course, I think we should be learning from this out of COVID times. When COVID is gone, we need to really take a long, hard look at ourselves. Do well pregnant women need to be coming to a rumah sakit for routine antenatal care, or can midwives be coming out to the community to do that? Just from an infectious diseases perspective, it makes more sense, let alone for convenience, relationship building, trust building between midwives and women and families and that kind of thing. So I think there's two separate issues there. It's about where we give birth, but also where we provide primary care. And that's why I say midwives are experts in primary maternity care. And the antenatal and postnatal care is primary care for most people, birth is primary care too. But for some people who have sickness, such as preeclampsia, such as, complex placenta previa, not all women are uncomplex. Not all birth is primary care, but most of it is. And yes, it could occur in the primary care setting, but I'm probably more focused at the moment on just getting our antenatal, postnatal care in the community, and then we can tackle birth as well. But definitely publicly funded primary care, home birthing services. I think it's a right that women should be able to access. And actually we could learn from Indonesians. We as Australians could learn from Indonesians about this, because you have had birthing in villages in more recent times than we've had birthing in home. So for sure we can learn from each other there.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Bradfield. Ya baik, para peserta, beliau mengatakan bahwa Australia juga bisa belajar dari Indonesia, karena program kelahiran ibu bidan di rumah itu sudah dilakukan oleh Indonesia sejak dulu bahkan. Jadi beliau mengatakan bahwa harus mengetahui ada dua hal yang harus difokuskan ketika kita berbicara tentang home birth, di mana kita melahirkan dan apa yang bisa dibantu dalam proses kelahiran itu, dan beliau juga mengatakan bahwa tidak semua wanita itu ada komplikasi dalam kehamilan mereka. Itu saja. Apakah baik-baik saja, Dr. Bradfield? Is it? Yeah. Okay. All right. I got information from the organizing committee, Dr. Bradfield. So Rutgers, together with Perkumpulan Keluarga Berencana Indonesia, PKBI, NTB, have implemented a pilot project called Yes, I Do, which provides sexual and reproductive right education in 4 junior high school in West Lombok. So I think this is pilot project for 4 schools. And the material is integrated into some curriculum like biology and physical health, like the sport. Of course, this is still considered taboo and deviant for most society, because the tendency that the people will learn how to have sex, but this beyond that subject. Yeah. So come back to body and health again, right, Dr. Bradfield? Yeah, would you like to give feedback to this information?
Yeah, look, it's a great suggestion and really great to see that this pilot is occurring in Lombok. I will watch with interest to see how the impacts of this study roll out. Of course, we have sex education in Australia. It's not necessarily on the technique of having sex, but it is around sexual reproductive health. But what more and more, in fact, there was a Commonwealth announcement of funding, so from our federal government, saying that they want relationship education, so how to form respectful and healthy relationships. And this is born out of the gender-based violence argument that we were talking about earlier, in acknowledging that 1 woman every week in Australia dies at the hands of an intimate partner violence. And this is a national issue that we must address. And so looking at respectful relationships and integrating that into sexual and reproductive health and coming at it from a human rights perspective, I think is also really useful, because as humans we have a right to know about our bodies and to have bodily autonomy. And so fantastic to see this program happening in Lombok. And I'd be interested, maybe Ibu Intan or Shanti, if you can forward me some information about that. I'd be keen to hear about how that progresses. Fantastic work.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bradfield. So she mentioned again, it's not about the body and health, and in human rights perspective, she says that we have right to know about our body. Jadi kita punya hak untuk tahu bagaimana tubuh kita, dan she stressed about how to form healthy relationship. Yeah, it's not only about sex, tidak hanya melulu tentang seks, tapi tentang badan, tentang kesehatan, tentang hubungan, dan tentang hak kita sebagai perempuan. All right, Dr. Bradfield, It's really amazing talk, and I really love to learn from you. Yeah, and learn from the participants who raised some questions, really amazing questions. Thank you very much. And I hope and I wish that I prepare more about this because I prepare something else.
Tidak apa-apa. You've done a great job, Shanti. Terima kasih banyak. It's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, terima kasih Dr. Bradfield. Okay. All right, everyone. So let's jump to our second speaker. Yeah, Zainab binti Hajmon Shafi, PhD, and she is a senior lecturer at Sultan Zainal Abidin, okay, University, Malaysia. She has got her PhD in maternal child in 2017. Her research area is midwifery, nursing care, nursing education, public health, teaching, and learning. And today, I hope I'm not going to make mistake again, yeah, to talk about safe practice in midwifery care. Okay, all right. Pembicara kedua adalah Zainab binti Hajmon Shafi, PhD. Beliau adalah dosen senior di Universitas Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia. Beliau meraih gelar PhD di bidang kesehatan ibu dan anak pada tahun 2017. Bidang penelitian dari Dr. Shafi adalah kebidanan, asuhan keperawatan, pendidikan keperawatan, kesehatan masyarakat, belajar dan mengajar. Kali ini beliau akan mempresentasikan satu topik, yakni praktik aman dalam asuhan kebidanan. Good afternoon, Dr. Shafi. How are you?
Hai, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam,
Can
Ibu
you hear
Zainab.
me?
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Inshallah.
All right. Did I make mistake for the topic, Dr. Shafi?
No,
All right.
it's a fantastic, very good introduction, and thank you so much for that. I'm not so that great that you All right. So
All right, Dr.
going to share
Shafi,
my slide.
the screen is yours, please.
All right. I'm going to share my slides. Huh?
All right, Dr. Shafi.
I don't know why the internet is very slow
Oh,
today.
okay. We are still here for you.
All right. Can you see my slide? I already shared my slide here.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you see my slide?
Sorry, Dr. Shafi, it's still not coming out.
All right, I think
Sorry for interrupting,
okay?
Miss Santi.
Yep.
Boleh mungkin dibicarakan dengan Bu Dr. Zainab. Apakah boleh dibantu untuk share screen dari sini?
Okay. Would you mind if the committee, organizing committee would like to share your screen, please, Ibu Shafi?
Actually, by right, I already shared my slide and already appear at my PC.
All right. Hmm, jadi ibu
You still
ibu
cannot see my slide.
no, I'm so
Tak boleh
sorry.
dilihat.
Belum bisa, Dr. Syafi.
Belum bisa.
Oke, beliau sudah membagikan tayangan beliau, tetapi belum muncul di.
I think if let's say you can help me,
Oke.
so you can help me to
Ya, terima
share my
kasih
slide.
Dr. Syafi. Ya, would you? Okay.
All right. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Right, thank you so much, everyone. And thank you again to the organizer to invite me to this international webinar. It's about midwifery, role of midwifery. So now I'm going to talk about safe practice in future global midwifery care. So the outline will be, okay, maybe next slide, please. All right, so for today's presentation, I would like to just touch on a little bit on the definition of nurse midwife, right, regarding to my topic today. And the second will be the model of midwifery care, and then the safety in future global midwife care, and also the number 4, practice future global midwife, and the last will be the conclusion, right? So next will be, okay, if I think everybody know and everybody here is a midwife, so I think you will know what actually the definition of the nurse midwife. So as we know that we are responsible and accountable professional who works in partnership with women, and also we necessarily give support, care, and also advice during pregnancy, labor, and also postpartum period. We normally conduct birth, and also midwife own responsibility to provide care for the newborn and also infant. And not only that, we also care for the family. Yeah, right. Next. So as we know, when we call as a certified nurse midwife, okay, it means that when we call certified means that they must have a proper education background, which is in this case, normally in all the developed country, all the midwives are possesses master or doctoral preparedness, right? And who have first completed training in nursing and also registered nurse or in license exam, passed in license exam, right? The next. Right, so just for a little bit on what we know that the certified nurse midwife normally must possesses education background as for basic midwifery practice and also framework for the ICM, which is International Confederation of Midwife, right? And also midwifery education as well. And also they acquire a requisite qualifications to a registered and also legal license to practice midwife and use the title midwife and also demonstrate competency in practice of midwifery. Right, next. So as we know, in global strategic for the midwife, yeah, the global strategic direction for strengthening nursing and also midwife, we have in 2016 and 2020 provide a framework for the WHO and the key stakeholders to develop, implement, evaluate nursing midwifery accomplishment to ensure accessible, acceptable, quality, safe nursing, and also midwifery intervention. Okay, and part of that, we know that if in this model of midwifery care, okay, what we are doing right now is to promote, to protect women in newborn health and rights, and respect and have confidence in women and their capabilities in childbirth, promote and advocate for non-intervention in normal childbirth, provide women with appropriate information and advice in a way that promote participation and enhance informed decision making. Okay. Right, next. All right. So normally what we do, we offer respectful, anticipatory, and flexible care which encompasses the needs of woman, her newborn, family, community, and this begin with primary attention to the nature and relationship between the woman seeking midwifery care and also midwife, and also empower women to assume responsibility for their health and also their family health. Okay, next. Right, so practice in collaboration and also consultation with other health professionals to serve the needs of women, her newborn, family, and also community, and normally maintain their competence and ensure their practice must be evidence-based. Yeah? Next. Right. Okay, we're talking about our new era today. Okay, use of technology appropriately and effect referral in a timely manner when problem arise, individually and collectively responsible for the development of midwifery care, educating new generation of midwives, and colleagues in the concept of lifelong learning. Right, next. So we talk about the Millennium Development Goals. So we as a midwife, we have our roles and also our responsibility. What our responsibility here is to improve maternal and also newborn health is one of unfinished agenda of the Millennium Development Goals. So we need to think of that, and the global strategy for women, children, and adolescent health also highlight the importance of the health and well-being of every woman, child, adolescent, including access to essential intervention and an effective health workforce. Okay, this is by Every Woman, Every Child 2015. Next. So when we talk about this safety future global midwife, okay, from Adra et al. 2021, from her study, that this midwifery is a continual care. It's associated with improved outcome, right? This is by WHO, and the geographical, social proximity of midwife to the community they serve is a strength and facilitates integrated people-centered care. Midwife need to have sufficient skills and also competency to be a team of sufficient size and skill and work in an able environment. Okay, next. All right, so here we're going to talk about safety in a future global midwife care. Next. Okay, from a few studies, this is from Adria et al. Also. So midwife can help to substantially reduce maternal and neonatal mortality and stillbirth in LMIC. Midwife needs to have skills and competency in line with recommendation from the International Confederation of Midwives to be part of a team of sufficient size and skill and to work in an enabling environment and increase coverage of midwife delivered intervention can be achieved. Health system will be better able to provide effective coverage of essential sexual, productive, maternal, newborn, adolescent health intervention. Okay, next. So this is also study from Elisa Twilly Laboratory et al. 2020. She found there are 7 features of safety in maternity into a framework. Okay, number 1 is commitment to save and improve at all levels with everyone involved. That means you are not working with your own committee, right? You have several personnel in our healthcare provider. And also technical competence support by formal training and also informal learning. Number 3 is a teamwork, cooperation, and also positive working relationship. Number 4, constant reinforce of safe, ethical, and also respectful behavior. And then multiple problem solving systems used as a basis of action. System and processes designed for safety and regularly reviewed and optimized. And the last will be effective coordination and ability to mobilize quickly. Okay, next. Okay, this is also a study from Jacob Williams, right? Here from UK 2023. He said that midwifery profession should be continually striving to deliver the best safest care for every woman, newborn, baby, and also family. Safety during maternity care as the physical, psychological, social, culture, and also spiritual safety of women and also newborn infant. And leadership and good governance are essential to safe midwifery care. Next. Okay, sorry. So we have the top 4 most important factors in ensuring safe care are: number 1 is a right leadership at all times, a positive culture that focuses on improving safety, a maternity services committed to continue to learn and also improve, and when a mistake is done, everyone learn from it, right? Next. Okay, this is also by Jacob Williams. Safety and effectively lead and manage midwifery care, demonstrating appropriate prioritizing, delegation, and assignment of care responsibility to others involved in providing care, demonstrate knowledge of quality improvement methodology and the skills required to actively engage in evidence-informed quality improve processes to improve quality of care for all. Okay, next. All right, this is from the safety and quality guidelines for privately practiced midwife in Australia. So educationally prepared to practice across the full scope of midwifery practice and provide by midwifery in a number of settings, including in a health service, private practice, and in both paid employment and voluntary capacity, accountable for the care that they provide to women and their infants, regardless of setting, a responsibility of the midwife to ensure that all decision, recommendation, and also option of care are focused on the needs and also safety of the woman and their infants. Next. Okay, this is also the continuity from that. What we mean by the standards. Yeah? Standard means that you must be able to communicate to the general public the standard that can be expected of midwife, determine the eligibility for registration of women, of people who have completed a midwifery program of study in Australia, of course, and determine the eligibility for registration of midwife who wish to practice in Australia, and assess midwife who wish to return to work after being out for the workforce for the defined period, and last, assess midwife who need to show that they are competent to practice. Next. Okay, this is from American College of Nurse, Midwifery 2016. A few principles that they come up with, yeah, to promote client safety and decrease the risk of adverse outcome for women and infant during pregnancy, labor, birth, and throughout a woman's lifespan. So number one, care should be based on scientific knowledge about best practice. Principle number two, interdisciplinary team communication is a fundamental aspect of patient care. Number three, active involvement of patient and their family in care contributes to safe practice. And the last, participation in quality management program increase the safety. Right, next. Okay, this is also a study from West Java, okay, Indonesia, by Helena. She found in the study the concept of patient safety have been developed due to increased incidence of medical error in Indonesia, and patient safety goal, knowledge, attitude, motivation, and behavior related to the patient safety are valid in shaping patient safety model. Next. Okay, this is also from Indonesia by Alia Hafizyarini et al. From the study, they explore Indonesian midwife experience in providing maternity care during the COVID pandemic. Okay, a descriptive, qualitative approach using in-depth interview to explore the
Hello. I hope Dr. Shafi is okay with the connection. We are here still with you, Dr. Shafi. Hello. Okay. All right.
authority.
Yeah, we are still here.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I thought I'm talk alone. Yeah.
Glad that
All
you
right,
come
next.
back again.
All right. Next. Okay. All right. About the future. Next. Okay. Here there is 5 domain. Okay, to promoting safe and also effective care among the midwife. All right. First, promote quality improvement by audit, risk management, investigation of critical incidents. Second, implement the change management, advocating for change negotiation and also challenging skills, managing, supervising, supporting, teaching, delegate care responsibility to new, junior, and other members. And last will be demonstrate an effective team management skills. Okay, next. Right, next. Okay, before that, there's one missing there. The slide before this slide. All right. So my conclusion will be major health services reform financial constraint and demand for greater efficiency, whilst at the same time improving quality, safety, and women's experience. Excellent services achieve safe, high quality, individualized care for every woman every time. So I think this slide will be, okay, we have one more slide. All right, last slide, please. All right. So value of quality and also safety are services delivery, workforce education, and professional development, and also workplace culture. Set out all ideal, the challenge, and also action to be taken. Right? I think that's all. Thank you very, very much. That's all my, okay, what I'm going to share with you all about safety in midwifery.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Shafi. Thanks for the insightful and comprehensive presentations. I bet everyone learned a lot from you today. Yeah. So completing the presentation from Dr. Bradfield, yeah, about the reproductive health, Dr. Shafi has also comprehensively reviewed the safe practice in future of global midwifery care. She has taken us step back to understand who nurse midwives are and the current approach in the global perspective and finding from various studies. So, Ibu Dr. Safi juga telah meninjau secara komprehensif praktek yang aman di masa depan tentang asuhan kebidanan secara global. Beliau telah membawa kita mundur selangkah untuk memahami siapa perawat bidan dan pendekatan saat ini dalam perspektif global dan temuan dari beberapa penelitian yang beliau paparkan tadi. Alright, so let's jump to the Q&A sessions. I've got some questions for you, Dr. Shafi. Yeah, as I say, they are very curious and they are this is interesting topic. So the first one, sorry. This is from Ibu Laili in Jakarta. Yeah. So, Dr. Shafi, could you please elaborate the potential associations of midwives' role in management of stunting cases, which is now very lively in Indonesia? I learned that nursing and midwifery are spearheading the golden periods of infant life. However, stunting might caused by many other causes, but I believe that midwifery has potential role in the prevention of its incidence and prevalence. Please, your insight. Thank you, Ibu Doctor, and well done for your fruitful presentations. And actually, Ibu Leli, Ibu Syajaratu Durfaikah will talk about how midwives monitoring the growth of development after Ibu Shafi. Yeah, but please, Ibu Shafi, your time for Mbak Laili, please.
All right. Thank you for the question for Ibu Laili. All right, and I think it's very important to to understand that we are midwife, not necessarily that we are general nurse. So we are a certified midwifery, which is if let's say you are specialized in midwifery, you have a appropriate education that you have. You might be have pursued master or a doctoral in midwifery. So I think it is important to know that to have to upgrade your knowledge, to have appropriate knowledge in midwifery, so that you know what you're going to do and what you want to do further to take further action to upgrade the quality of care in midwifery. And then I think this is number one, is all about education. And of course, if you have appropriate education, so you also need to know that every practice that you want to deliver to your patient, that must be have evidence based, so called that we are now doing so many research, so we need to have a proper practice that what we call that evidence-based practice come in this situation. And of course, the third will be the communication. You need to use a communication skills that appropriate to the level of your patient, so that your patient understands, so that you have giving all the information about the how to prevent, how to taking care of the children, and so on. So the communication skill is very, very important. It means that you can communicate with your patient. You don't speak to so use a bombastic word, or let's say jargon words in medical. They don't understand you. I think they won't understand you if you talk like that to the patient. So you need to understand their level, all right, and also their needs, what their needs. And of course, to take a precaution, this is the time all the midwifery, okay, work together in a team to promote health, and also to give all the information, the best information to our client. All right, thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Shafi. So, Ibu Laili, I hope you're happy with Dr. Shafi's response to you. If you still need any question, would you mind if Ibu Laili emailed you or got the email from the... Okay, thank you, Mbak Laili. All right, so next questions I got from the organizing committee. Okay. Dr. Shafi, could you please describe the midwifery service in your country and what sort of expectations that you have with regard to development of midwifery service?
All right, thank you for that. All right, in Malaysia, of course, if you are a general nurse, you need to have a diploma in nursing or a bachelor in nursing. If let's say diploma in nursing, you need to study for 3 years, and for the degree in nursing, you need to study for 4 years program. So after that, okay, if let's say you are interested in joining midwifery, you need to join the what we call advanced post basic, advanced diploma in midwifery, which is a very concise and precise program, which takes about 1 year program. Okay, not with that only. We also have our master in midwifery and also PhD in midwifery. And about the services that we have in Malaysia, like me myself, I've been working in labor room for 6 years and also in a community health setting. So in our community health setting, we are as a nurses, midwifery specialized. We are responsible, and our role is to the not only to the mother in pregnancy, antenatal, intrapartum, and also postpartum, but we are taking care of the family, the whole family. All right, that means the family, either nuclear family or extended family. So we're taking care of that. And in the community setting, we are, when I talk about the community setting, we are like a setting of clinics, in a community setting clinics. That means in the, let's say, we have a smallest clinic that we have in the rural area also, and also we have a mobile clinic also. Mobile means that we go to the community to give all the services, especially for the rural place. Rural place means that we need, sometimes we need ride the boat and go by a Land Rover because of the rural, and also the geographic is a very, very bad. So we give the services to the community. We go out and we have our own team to do that. That will be our community health setting in Malaysia. If hospital, I think all the country practice the same thing. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shafi. So this is continuing Dr. Bradfield when she said that technology must be a challenge for us here regarding to reaching the community who has not good technology. So as Dr. Shafi said that they have mobile service, right, Dr. Shafi?
Yeah.
And the provider just come to the rural area and give the service. Okay, so another question, one more question. Dr. Shafi, do you mind one more question, please?
Yeah, sure,
Okay.
no problem.
Thank you. In order for us to provide the best health service, what kind of planning that we need? Do you have any specific tips for us living in educational institutions?
Once again, the questions.
All right. In order for us to provide, I think us here is our midwife. In order for the midwife to provide the best health service, what kind of planning that we need? Do you have any?
You mean?
Yeah, in educational institutions.
All right. Thank you for the questions. So in education, like me, I'm joined academic, I'm joined nursing educator or a nursing lecturer for about 14 years. So in here in UNIZA, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, what we practice here is, all right, all the curriculum is set by our Malaysia Nursing Board. So that means our curriculum is the same as, let's say, you are in the private sector or you are in the government sector. So in our curriculum itself, for diploma and also for our Bachelor of Nursing, we do have one subject for obstetrics and gynecology. And then we do also have community health nursing. And also we do have a neonatal nursing and also pediatric nursing. So in the midwifery, okay, this is because this is a very special program. It means that for those who are interested to be a midwife, so they can join later because they need to advance their, education. But in the basic nursing general practice, we do have all the, the courses that we provide the students for the especially for the midwifery. Of course, the role and responsibility will be in the subject of community health nursing. So that means every curriculum, the syllabus is all on that. And we will teach all the students on the basic how to, to do the assessment on antenatal mother and up to the delivery and also to the infant and also neonatal infant and also toddler and so on. So we do have that because this is a very important, even though they are general nursing, okay, but overall they have to know and they need to understand what actually, delivery process and all those management in the midwifery, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shafi. It was a very great explanations. Yeah, I hope everyone's still happy. And thank you so much, Dr. Bradfield and Dr. Shafi, for flourishing us with a very comprehensive things today. Yeah. So let's jump to our next speaker. The last speaker in the session will be moderated by Ibu Sudarmi. Ibu Sudarmi, hello. Would you mind to take over the screen, please?
Thank you, Mbak Santi. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zainab. Yeah. And participant for the exciting issue and discussion. Miss Santi, see you the next session with Dr. Philly. Okay. Dear participant, now we are entering the next topic. I am Sudarmi as the moderator of this session. The issue of this session is role of midwife in monitoring of growth and development of child. That will deliver by Ms. Syajaratul Faikah, SST MKes, as the speaker. And we will provide explanation and discussion in this session in Bahasa Indonesia. Baiklah, para peserta webinar internasional yang sama-sama kami hormati, tadi telah dua pembicara yang telah membahas masing-masing tentang bagaimana peran bidan dalam kesehatan reproduksi secara global dan praktik yang aman dalam asuhan kebidanan. Sekarang kita akan memasuki sesi ketiga, di mana di sini akan dibahas secara mendalam oleh Ibu Syajaratul Faikah, SST MKes, tentang role of midwife in monitoring of growth and development of child. Nah, untuk itu diharapkan kepada para peserta untuk tetap stay di depan, mohon selalu berada di depan monitor. Oke, saya Sudarmi di sini akan memandu sesi ini untuk sesi ketiga ini. Tetapi sebelumnya saya akan membacakan dulu CV dari pembicara kita. Bisa? Let's go. Ya. Untuk pembicara pada sesi kita pada siang hari ini yang ketiga adalah Ibu Syajaratul Faikah, SST MKes. Beliau ini kelahiran di Bima. Gimana kabarnya, Bu? Ya, Bu Faikah sudah ada di depan bersama kita. Beliau ini sekarang menjabat sebagai Ketua Jurusan Kebidanan Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Mataram. Telah banyak penelitian yang telah beliau lakukan, ya, terutama yang berhubungan dengan kesehatan pada anak. Dan beliau telah menamatkan program magisternya di Universitas Gadjah Mada pada tahun 2010 dan selesai pada tahun 2012. Nah, kepada Ibu Faikah kami persilakan, dan nanti pada akhir sesi setelah 20 menit mohon kepada para peserta untuk menyampaikan 3 pertanyaan saja. Kepada yang terhormat Ibu Syajaratul Faikah, disilahkan.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang untuk peserta webinar internasional. Kita akan melanjutkan materi atau topik yang ketiga. Tadi sudah dari pembicara pertama dan pembicara kedua dengan bahasa Inggris. Nah, kita sekarang santai dengan bahasa Indonesia saja. Ya, mungkin bisa untuk pindahkan biar saya bisa share screen. Oke. Materi yang akan saya sampaikan terkait dengan peran bidan dalam pemantauan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak. Saat sekarang, masalah kesehatan pada anak yang sering dibicarakan adalah stunting. Untuk angka kejadian stunting sendiri berdasarkan data dari Riskesdas tahun 2013 adalah 37,8% dan menurun menjadi 30,8% pada Riskesdas tahun 2018. Sedangkan berdasarkan WHO, untuk kejadian stunting itu hanya 20%. Jadi di Indonesia sendiri sudah melewati dari standar WHO. Ini menandakan bahwa 1 dari 3 anak menderita stunting. Stunting in the children under 5 is chronic nutritional problem caused by many factors, such as social economic condition, maternal nutrition during pregnancy, illness in infant, and lack of nutritional intake in infant. Kenapa masalah stunting ini menjadi besar atau apa kaitannya dengan kesehatan anak? Kita tahu bahwa pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak ini saling berkaitan. Stunting in children under 5 ahead will have difficulties in reaching optimal physical and cognitive development. Dan penelitian lain menyatakan bahwa stunting was related to child development. Children who were stunted have a greater risk of having suboptimal development than children with appropriate height for their age. Jadi kenapa masalah ini menjadi penting? Terkait dengan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak, kita pernah atau sudah pernah mendengar masalah 1000 hari pertama kehidupan. Jadi the first 1000 days of a child life are critical in the establishment of a foundation for longer term health, development, and well-being. The child's brain and nervous system are developing more rapidly than at any other time of life. We can call golden age. Untuk slide selanjutnya ini, jadi kita bisa lihat pertumbuhan otak atau sel otak, di mana kritikal periode untuk pertumbuhan dan perkembangan otak terjadi di bawah usia 3 tahun. Jadi di sini kita bisa lihat pertumbuhan yang pesat dari otak adalah pada masa awal-awal kehidupan ini. Jadi 1000 hari pertama kehidupan. Nah, di sini juga bisa kita lihat pertumbuhan otak yang lebih banyak terjadi pada trimester ketiga kehamilan. Jadi kenapa dikatakan penting sekali pada masa 1000 hari ini? Ya, ini kaitannya dengan golden age tadi. Nah, untuk gambar selanjutnya ini bisa kita lihat perkembangan otak yang pesat. Terjadi 80% dari perkembangan otak di bawah usia 3 tahun. Dan bisa kita lihat pada gambar ini bahwa anak yang diberikan stimulasi lebih bagus perkembangan otak dibanding dengan anak yang tidak diberikan stimulasi. Nah, kenapa alasannya kita harus memberikan stimulasi pada masa golden age ini? Jadi di sini ada sinaptogenesis, di mana terjadi hubungan antara sel-sel otak. Nah, selanjutnya bisa kita lihat 700 connection. Jadi 700 new neural connection formed every second. Jadi di sini 700 koneksi baru dari saraf terjadi setiap detiknya. Dan koneksi ini melalui interaksi dari gen dan lingkungan bayi tersebut. Dan khususnya ini terkait dengan stimulasi atau interaksi dengan orang dewasa. Nah, ini how can make children achieve their best possible health? Jadi di sini bisa kita lihat ada cinta dan kasih sayang, healthy physical, mental, and social condition, health services in needed, nutrition, stimulation for growth and development, provide opportunities for children to play games that develop children. Nah, siapa saja yang bisa memberikan stimulasi atau memberikan lingkungan yang baik untuk pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak. Di sini dapat kita lihat peran orang tua sangat banyak dan lebih berpengaruh, lingkungan, orang tua, dan keluarga. Mungkin di Indonesia sering kita dengar 3A, yaitu ASI, ASU, dan ASA. Jadi ini terkait dengan faktor-faktor yang memberikan atau yang mendukung kesehatan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak. ASI, di sini ada kasih sayang dan cinta tadi. Kemudian untuk pengasuhan, termasuk di sini pemberian nutrisi, kesehatan, personal hygiene. Sedangkan untuk ASA itu terkait dengan stimulasi, termasuk interaksi baik dengan keluarga maupun dengan lingkungan. Yang kedua yang memberikan kontribusi yang besar terhadap pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak adalah tenaga kesehatan. Di sini bisa seperti bidan, perawat ataupun dokter. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah pemerintah. Di sini terkait dengan kebijakan yang berlaku di suatu daerah. Nah, kita penekanannya pada kebidanan atau bidan. Apa yang bisa diberikan oleh bidan untuk pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak? Kita tahu bahwa bidan memberikan pelayanan berkesinambungan. Jadi continuum of care. Pelayanan kesehatan yang diberikan khususnya pada 1000 hari pertama kehidupan atau the first 1000 days of life. Jadi selama masa konsepsi sampai dengan 2 tahun, jadi pemantapan, pemantauan, dan perkembangan anak. Jadi untuk masa awal-awal kehamilan, kita sudah biasa kenal dengan antenatal care. Kemudian pada saat intranatal care maupun postnatal care, kemudian setelah lahir, after birth sampai 2 tahun, itu kita lakukan monitoring pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak. Jadi role of midwife the first 1000 days of life. Jadi antenatal care apa saja yang bisa dilakukan oleh bidan. Jadi kalau di Indonesia sendiri ada 10T. Jadi apa saja yang dilakukan, termasuk pemantauan pertumbuhan bayi dalam kandungan, pemberian vitamin maupun tablet tambah darah, dan apabila ada kekurangan gizi pada ibu hamil, tentunya perlu ada penambahan PMT atau pemberian makanan tambahan untuk ibu hamil. Dan mungkin di seluruh Indonesia sudah sering diadakan kelas ibu hamil yang memberikan pendidikan kesehatan kepada seluruh ibu hamil. Kemudian pada masa intranatal care maupun postnatal care biasa dilakukan asuhan kebidanan. Salah satu contohnya pada saat pertolongan persalinan. Jadi bidan bisa melakukan asuhan persalinan yang aman sehingga tidak ada masalah pada ibu dan bayi, khususnya pada bayi yang akan berkaitan dengan perkembangan bayi selanjutnya. Kemudian pada masa postnatal care, jadi sudah ada program ataupun biasa yang sudah dilakukan oleh bidan adalah inisiasi menyusui dini, kemudian pemberian ASI eksklusif, dan pemantauan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan. Setelah lahir apa saja yang bisa dilakukan oleh bidan? Peran bidan di sini mungkin sudah dilaksanakan, tapi di beberapa penelitian mungkin terkait laporan untuk pemantauan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak mungkin tidak seperti atau selengkap laporan pada saat kita melakukan antenatal care. Pemantauan untuk anak atau bayi biasanya dilakukan setiap bulan, pertumbuhan dan perkembangan. Untuk anak di bawah 1 tahun biasanya kita melakukan penimbangan untuk pertumbuhan. Jadi penimbangan berat badan, tinggi badan maupun lingkar kepala. Sedangkan untuk perkembangan kita bisa lakukan pemantauan tiap 3 bulan. Yang biasa dilakukan di puskesmas ataupun di posyandu adalah dengan menggunakan KPSP atau Questionnaire Pra-Screening Perkembangan. Dan untuk anak di atas 2 tahun biasanya dilakukan pemantauan perkembangan tiap 6 bulan. Nah, yang penting lagi yang dilakukan oleh bidan adalah konseling atau pendidikan kesehatan yang diberikan bukan hanya untuk ibu, tapi juga untuk keluarga dan masyarakat. Nah, terkait dengan pemerintah tadi ada kebijakan yang mendukung pemantauan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak serta gangguan tumbuh kembang anak, yaitu adanya Peraturan Menteri Kesehatan Republik Indonesia Nomor 66 Tahun 2014. Ini terkait dengan pemantauan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak tidak hanya dilakukan di fasilitas kesehatan, tapi juga di pendidikan dini, pendidikan anak usia dini atau di PAUD atau di tempat penitipan anak. Jadi semua fasilitas bisa melakukan atau mendukung pemantauan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak sehingga masa golden age itu menjadi maksimal. Nah, untuk materi ini mungkin tidak banyak. Jadi sebelum saya menutup materi, saya mengutip kata-kata yang bagus dari Deborah, yaitu healthy babies grow into healthy children and adolescents. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan terkait dengan peran bidan dalam pemantauan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak. Waktu kembali ke moderator. Terima kasih Bu Sudarmi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bu Faika atas sajian materi yang sangat menarik. Para partisipan peserta webinar yang sama-sama terima kasih. Tadi Bu Faika telah banyak membahas terutama tentang bagaimana peran bidannya dalam pemantauan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan. Tadi beliau juga tentang menyampaikan juga tentang stunting dan bagaimana hubungannya dengan 1000 hari pertama kehidupan. Dan juga tadi telah membahas tentang critical period. Critical period yang sangat penting ya bagi perkembangan dan pertumbuhan anak. Ya. Dan ternyata critical period tadi itu sangat tinggi sekali ya pada masa ini. Dan untuk bagaimana tadi agar bisa terjadi pertumbuhan dan perkembangan yang baik pada anak, maka perlu dilakukan stimulasi. Dan tadi juga dijelaskan siapa yang sebaiknya melakukan stimulasi pada anak. Nah, itu semua adalah ada juga di peran bidan. Yang tadi sudah disampaikan itu materi-materi yang tadi yang telah disampaikan oleh mereka. Mungkin dari penyajian penyampaian tadi ada dari peserta yang ingin bertanya, silakan.
Di chat.
Oke, Ibu. Mbak Ika Fitri, beliau menanyakan tentang bagaimana sih Bu peran bidan dalam kasus kedaruratan maternal seperti apabila terjadi preeklamsi pada ibu. Dan di sini bidan hanya diberi wewenang untuk menolong kasus yang fisiologis saja.
Ya, oke.
Ya.
Maaf, ternyata termute. Ibu Faika, ini ada pertanyaan ini dari jauh, dari Mbak Ika Fitria Ilmaida dari Lampung. Jadi beliau ini, Mbak Ika ini bertanya tentang bagaimana sih peran bidan dalam kasus kegawat daruratan maternal seperti preeklamsi pada ibu bersalin. Nah, mengingat bidan di sini hanya diberi wewenang untuk menolong kasus yang fisiologis saja. Ya, itu pertanyaan dari Lampung, Bu, cukup jauh juga ya. Dipersilahkan mungkin kepada Ibu ini
Baik.
Mungkin ya bagaimana sih peran bidan di sini ya. Karena nanti mungkin pada bayinya atau pada ibunya ini ya, perannya ya, peran bidan. Ya.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Sudarmi. Terkait peran bidan pada pertolongan persalinan, mungkin pada Ibu dengan kasus preeklamsi berat. Jadi kita tahu bahwa wewenang bidan itu menolong dengan kasus fisiologis, tapi tidak menutup kemungkinan tiba-tiba kasus bahwa semua kasus persalinan atau ibu hamil itu dianggap berisiko. Tapi sebelum kita melakukan pertolongan persalinan, kita tentunya masih ingat atau sudah tahu bahwa ada penapisan yang dilakukan oleh bidan, bahwa kapan kita bisa menolong atau melakukan asuhan kebidanan. Jadi kalaupun pada saat kita menganggap bahwa saat ini kasusnya masih fisiologis, mungkin kita tangani segera. Dan tiba-tiba mungkin berubah, kita mungkin selama pendidikan sudah diajarkan kegawat daruratan maternal neonatal. Untuk kasus-kasus emergensi memang bisa ada tanda kutip bahwa bidan bisa menolong. Tapi kalau kita melakukan deteksi dini risiko pada ibu hamil maupun ibu bersalin, dan ya kalau kita sudah ketemu, bisa kita lakukan rujukan ke fasilitas yang memadai. Jadi itu yang harus diingat dulu. Pertolongan pertama ya tentu saja kita harus memberikan apa pada ibu dengan preeklamsi. Ya, sesuai dengan protap tentunya. Jadi itu yang kita lakukan. Kita rujuk. Nah, tapi kalau pada saat misalnya sudah pembukaan lengkap, ya tadi kita sudah melakukan penanganan awal. Ya tentunya tetap bisa memantau apapun yang terjadi selama proses persalinan tersebut dengan kita sudah siaga bahwa kita menolong persalinan untuk ibu dengan kasus preeklamsi berat. Jadi tetap kita harus melakukan deteksi dini dulu harusnya. Jadi kalau ibu preeklamsi kan tidak tiba-tiba muncul bahwa gejala-gejala awal akan kelihatan kalau memang kita betul-betul melakukan penilaian. Demikian Bu Sudarmi.
Baik Bu, ya bagaimana Bu Ika? Jadi di sini dari Ibu PK ya bahwa penting sekali ya di mana peran bidan, tadi Bu Ika bertanya ya, peran bidannya yaitu bagaimana bidan harus mampu melakukan deteksi dini ya, di mana deteksi dini itu sudah dilakukan sejak dini ya dari masa kehamilan. Nah, sehingga nanti pada saat proses persalinan bidan sudah bisa untuk melakukan rujukan. Nah, sehingga nanti hasil ya hasil luaran dari preeklamsi dan eklamsi tadi itu lebih baik ya dibandingkan dengan tidak pernah dilakukan deteksi dini ya. Bagaimana Mbak Ika dengan jawaban dari Ibu PK tadi? Oke, baiklah. Bu, Ibu ini ada salah satu penanya ini bertanya ini Bu. Kira-kira ini Bu, kapan sih waktu yang tepat nih ya untuk melakukan monitoring ya pertumbuhan dan perkembangan untuk anak? Ya. Tadi Ibu telah banyak berbicara tentang bagaimana periode emas itu pada anak ya. Itu pertanyaan dari salah satu peserta kita.
Baik, terima kasih. Untuk waktu yang bagus untuk memulai pemantauan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak. Jadi kita tahu tadi bahwa ada masa kritis atau golden period untuk anak, pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak. Jadi masa itu mulai dari konsepsi sampai dengan 2 tahun pertama. Nah, walaupun tadi mungkin dari slide yang saya tayangkan bahwa golden period sampai dengan di bawah 3 tahun. Jadi kapan kita mulai memantau pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak? Nah, tadi ada masa setelah konsepsi, masa kehamilan. Ada 270 hari di situ yang harus kita pantau pada saat ibu hamil. Jadi di situ mulai dengan pemantauan pertumbuhan bayi dalam kandungan. Termasuk ini yang kita lihat dari tugas ibu bidan adalah melakukan pengukuran tinggi fundus. Ini termasuk untuk memantau pertumbuhan janin dalam kandungan. Di situ kita bisa membandingkan atau melihat pertumbuhan janin dengan ada taksiran berat janin di situ. Kemudian setelah lahir, kita wajib memantau pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak. Harusnya yang direkomendasikan untuk pertumbuhan itu adalah 1 bulan sekali. Jadi seluruh ibu yang mempunyai bayi harusnya melakukan pemantauan pertumbuhan ke posyandu atau ke fasilitas kesehatan setiap bulan. Sedangkan untuk perkembangan anak atau perkembangan bayi ada rekomendasinya juga berdasarkan PP nomor 6 Kemenkes atau PMK tadi nomor 66 tahun 2014 bahwa untuk pemantauan perkembangan bayi itu bisa dilakukan tiap 3 bulan untuk 2 tahun pertama. Kemudian untuk di atas 2 tahun dilakukan pemantauan perkembangan setiap 6 bulan. Jadi itu adalah masa-masa yang penting. Untuk pertumbuhan pastinya tiap bulan, karena di situ pertambahan berat badan, termasuk tinggi badan dan lingkar kepala bisa kita pantau. Sedangkan untuk perkembangan, selama proses menunggu pemantauan tadi tiap 3 bulan, bisa dilakukan stimulasi. Dan kita tahu bahwa seluruh ibu hamil pasti sudah dilengkapi atau diberikan buku KIA. Jadi apa yang harus diberikan atau stimulasi apa yang bisa dilakukan oleh ibu di rumah sudah ada semua di dalam buku KIA. Jadi misalnya untuk perkembangan anak usia 3 bulan, 6 bulan, 9 bulan, dan seterusnya itu sudah ada panduannya yang sangat sederhana di buku KIA. Jadi bisa dipahami oleh orang-orang awam, termasuk kader juga bisa paham bahwa stimulasi yang harus diberikan oleh ibu kepada bayinya itu sudah ada semua penjelasannya. Demikian Bu Sedarmo. Baik.
Baik, terima kasih Bu. Jadi tadi mantap sekali ya jawaban dari Ibu Faika ya tentang critical periode ya. Kapan sih sebaiknya orang tua itu melakukan pemantauan dan monitoring ya untuk pertumbuhan dan perkembangan dari anaknya ya. Jadi di situ adalah semuanya adalah peran bidan ya, dari masa kehamilan, persalinan ya sampai 1000 hari pertama kehidupannya. Nah, di situ sangat penting tentang bagaimana kompetensi bidan dalam melakukan antenatal care, yaitu bagaimana tadi pengukuran tinggi fundus uteri sehingga nanti bisa menentukan perkiraan berat badan janin, dan nanti setelah lahir diharapkan ibu bidan itu tetap untuk melakukan pemantauan melalui alat bantu tadi yang sudah disebutkan adalah dengan menggunakan buku KIA. Nah, itu adalah salah satu bentuk monitoring pertumbuhan dan perkembangan yang bisa dilakukan oleh bidan dan orang tua. Baik Bu, di layar sudah ada pertanyaan lagi. Ini banyak sekali pertanyaannya ini Bu, masih ada 2.
Iya, baik.
Ya, mungkin satu ya. Di sini Bu, mungkin ini ya tadi sudah terjawab sih tadi ya. Bagaimana cara dan upaya pemberdayaan peran ibu dan keluarga dalam pertumbuhan dan perkembangan bayi dan balita. Karena ini mungkin sangat penting, jadi mungkin ini adalah pertanyaan yang terakhir mungkin Bu ya. Disilakan kepada Ibu Fai untuk menjawab.
Mungkin bisa diulangi pertanyaannya Bu Sudarmi. Ini
ya.
yang
di sini ada penanya dari Mbak Desi Ekawati. Mbak Desi ini bertanya tentang bagaimana cara dan upaya pemberdayaan peran ibu dan keluarga dalam pertumbuhan dan perkembangan bayi dan balita. Jadi dia ini bertanya tentang bagaimana peran ibunya dan keluarga ya tentang pertumbuhan dan perkembangan bayi dan balita.
Baik, terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya dari Mbak Desi Ekawati. Bagaimana cara dan upaya pemberdayaan ibu dan keluarga? Memang kalau berbicara secara keseluruhan, bahwa tugas bidan tadi saya sebutkan di poin terakhir bahwa pemberian pendidikan kesehatan tidak hanya untuk ibu saja, tapi untuk keluarga juga masalah yang penting, termasuk untuk masyarakat. Nah, untuk peran ibu, sebenarnya pendidikan kesehatan yang sudah diberikan atau program sudah dilaksanakan oleh bidan adalah kelas ibu hamil. Itu yang di awal untuk masa persiapan ibu selama kehamilan maupun persalinan. Nah, pada saat kelas ibu itu tentunya banyak pendidikan kesehatan yang bisa kita ajarkan atau kita informasikan. Begitu ibu melahirkan atau mungkin sudah melewati masa persalinan dan nifas, ada kelas ibu balita. Jadi di sini juga bisa memberikan informasi tentang pertumbuhan dan perkembangan bayi dan balita. Apa saja yang bisa diberikan atau dilakukan oleh ibu dan keluarga. Kemudian informasi apa yang penting untuk mendukung, mengoptimalkan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan anak juga bisa diberikan. Dan tentunya kita di setiap wilayah ada posyandu, dan di setiap wilayah juga mungkin kalau kita dulu mungkin disebut dengan dasawisma, itu juga termasuk pemberdayaan peran ibu. Jadi kalau sekarang masalah stunting ini memang bukan masalah yang baru tiba-tiba terjadi, tapi itu merupakan proses yang panjang, mulai dari yang disebutkan adalah masa pemberian nutrisi yang kurang selama hamil, kemudian pengasuhan setelah lahir maupun pola asuh yang lain selain pemberian nutrisi setelah lahir itu juga sangat berpengaruh. Jadi informasi awal bahwa mempersiapkan seorang perempuan itu harusnya dari awal. Jadi seperti tadi adalah midwife memberikan continuum of care itu mulai dari awal sebenarnya. Jadi bukan tiba-tiba bahwa harus pada saat hamil baru diberikan informasi, mungkin menjadi tidak terlalu menjadi bermanfaat. Tapi kalau dari awal, misalnya tadi mungkin sudah disebutkan oleh pembicara yang pertama bahwa persiapan untuk kesehatan reproduksi itu juga menyelipkan termasuk persiapan menjadi orang tua, bagaimana pola pengasuhan terhadap anak, ya termasuk poinnya adalah pertumbuhan dan perkembangan. Jadi bisa mulai dari situ. Bukan pada saat sudah punya anak baru kita memberikan pengetahuan, harusnya dari awal. Jadi mulai dari pasangan usia subur, kemudian mempersiapkan kehamilan, di kelas ibu hamil sudah kita berikan, kemudian selanjutnya adalah ada kelas ibu balita. Ya, mungkin itu dari saya, Ibu Sudarmi. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Bu atas jawabannya yang sangat keren sekali ya. Jadi penting sekali di sini adalah peran ibu ya juga untuk mengenali tanda-tanda dari adanya stunting tersebut. Nah, karena waktu tadi kami berikan kesempatan kepada 3 penanya. Mungkin nanti pertanyaan-pertanyaan berikutnya akan pada sesi berikutnya ya Bu ya. Jadi ini banyak sekali pertanyaannya yang belum bisa kita akomodir ya untuk pada sesi ini. Jadi terima kasih Bu Faika atas materi yang sangat menarik ya. Tadi Ibu telah banyak membicarakan ya tentang bagaimana peran bidan ya dalam melakukan pemantauan pertumbuhan dan perkembangan pada anak. Jadi pada hari ini saya dapat menyimpulkan tentang the conclusion for this session about the role of midwife in monitoring and growth is very important, especially in the first 1,000 days of life. Its role includes ANC, intranatal care, postnatal care, and after birth under 2 years. Jadi untuk kesimpulan kita pada sesi ini ya tentang bagaimana peran bidan dalam rangka pemantauan dan pertumbuhan itu sangat penting ya terutama dalam 1000 hari pertama kehidupan seorang anak. Jadi peranannya meliputi bagaimana bidan tadi melakukan antinatal care yang baik, pertolongan intranatal care dan penanganan pada masa postnatal care dan setelah kelahiran ya sampai bayi itu atau anak itu berumur 2 tahun. Kita beri aplaus kepada pemateri kita yang sangat menakjubkan Terima kasih Bu atas materinya. Saya akhiri untuk sesi ini, kemudian kami serahkan kepada Miss Santi. Silahkan ya untuk melanjutkan ke sesi berikutnya. Ada suara? Ada suara Mbak Santi?
Ini nggak kasih tahu Mbak Santi nggak ada suaranya.
Excuse me, Miss Santi. Do you hear me? Excuse me,
Ika.
Miss Santi.
Laili dari PKN.
Excuse me, Miss Santi. Can you hear me? Okay. Jake, do you hear me? I'm sorry, Miss Santi, your voice, we can hear your voice.
Hello, how about now? Hello? Okay.
Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can you hear my voice?
In the chat, please.
Oh, okay. 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 For all of the participants, can you hear me? For all of the participants, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, the honorable speakers and moderator, for today's exciting topic. Such an amazing discussion, and hopefully it can inspire and provide meaningful benefit for us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for still with us. The next session is the final session of this webinar. And in this session will be delivered by Dr. Claire Fillet and by Iin Rumintang SST MKEB. For the first speaker in this final session, Dr. Claire Fillet will be moderated by Ms. Niputu Ari Prigayanti, and the second speaker is Ms. Bai Iin Rumintang, will be moderated by Dr. Sudarmi. Okay, now your time, Ms. Santi. Ms. Santi, are you still there? Hello, Ms. Santi. Hello, Ms. Santi. Hello, Ms. Santi. Okay, we will wait for Ms. Santi for 3 minutes. Okay, for all of the participants, we are so sorry for trouble for this webinar because Miss Santi have a problem with the laptop. So we will wait for 5 minutes maybe for Miss Santi. Are you okay? Is that okay? Okay, okay. Okay, Miss Santi? Hello? Okay. While we waiting for Miss Santi. Okay, Miss Santi is connecting to our Zoom. Hello, Miss Santi.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Is it okay now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank God. My apology for the technical issue. Yeah. So thank you, Miss Nina, and everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Hello. Good morning in UK, Dr. Philly. All right.
Good morning.
Yeah. Okay, let me prepare a bit. Sorry. All right. Now I'm ready. Okay. So on the screens, we have our next speaker, Dr. Philly. Yeah. So we've got our fantastic speaker from UK, Dr. Philly. Please allow me to read your profile that I took it from your website. So Dr. Philly is a researcher and lecturer at King's College London. She also collaborates with some research group, example, the University of Central Lancashire, Reach and Main Research Group, and Oxford Brookes Oaks Matter Research Group. As midwife, consultant, educator, and researcher, her mission is to create meaningful change in maternity care. Her work focused on innovative approaches to problem solving. In this lovely morning in UK, she's going to be talking about the power of birth, the power of midwife. Baik para hadirin sekalian, Dr. Philly adalah seorang peneliti dan dosen di King's College London. Dia juga berkolaborasi dengan beberapa kelompok peneliti. Sebagai bidang konsultan, pendidik, dan peneliti, misinya adalah menciptakan perubahan yang berarti dalam asuhan kebidanan. Karya beliau berfokus pada pendekatan inovatif dan untuk fokus pada pemecahan masalah. Dengan semangat 45, jam 8 pagi. Is it 8 o'clock in the morning, right, Dr. Philly?
Yes. Hang on. Yes, 8 o'clock.
Okay, thank you very much. Nah, beliau akan berbicara tentang kekuatan kelahiran, kekuatan bidan. So it's such a blessing and honor to have you here this morning. Yeah. So all right, Dr. Philly, and the screen is yours, please.
Oh, thank you so much. Right, give me 1 second. I'm just going to minimize that there. So thank you for that lovely introduction. Yes, my name is Dr. Claire Feely and I'm based here in the UK, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you, and such an honour to speak at the Health Polytechnic of Mataram. And we all know all over the world we're facing extreme challenges. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, we've got wars all over the world, climate change, and these contribute to displaced people all trying to survive these challenging conditions. But despite these challenges, what doesn't change is that women get pregnant, they give birth, and they need midwives to help guide their journey to motherhood safely. So today, my talk is a celebration of women, of birth, the power of women giving birth, and a celebration of midwives, and the power of midwives to save lives and transform communities. And I hope it provides some nourishment as a reminder for you all when things are getting tough and challenging, that what you do and who you are as a midwife really matters. So we know women have incredible power, and we know the act of birth itself is a positive and powerful transformational and transitional life event, which has long-term consequences. And these can be really positive and good, or they could be really bad. Excuse me. Birth is meaning beyond the words we have to describe it, and often words and language fail to capture the enormity of the event. However, we know birth has the power to be one of the most ecstatic experiences in a woman's life, or one of the most devastating. Therefore, birth matters because women matter, and their experience of birth matters. And how they are held in regard in their societies provides a snapshot to their overall standing, which we know is often substandard to that of men. And we know how we treat women in birth reflects the societal view of women. So we know the power of birth lies between the intersection of biological, psychological, social, cultural, and spiritual elements that, when facilitated gently and without intrusion and with careful, skilled watching, observing, and acting, and when women are trusted to tune into their bodies and to surrender to the awesome power of physicality, that many women can and will have awe-inspiring experiences. And we can see here from a systematic review of women's psychological experiences of physiological birth, just how that has the power to positively influence their lives. So I was brave, I was strong, and I was like, yes, I've done it. Yes, I can do it. I was so happy. I honestly never had this joy, this kind of joy since I was born. I don't know where this joy came from, and I don't know how to describe the endless joy that came in me. That's a quote from one of the papers. And here's another quote. It is an intense experience, a powerful life experience. It is naturally magnificent that you just to find that you are capable of giving birth to a child, that you can do it, to be such a perfect being that you can do it. The feeling that you get when your newborn child is in your arms naturally is indescribable. It is a feeling you cannot compare with anything else. It is awe-inspiring. And here's one more. I had this holiness, being close to the universe. I feel such gratitude for the possibility to give birth. And for this woman, that was at home. So women vividly remember their birth throughout their lives, and crucially, they remember whether they felt cared for and safe. So when we consider the power of birth, the lifelong impacts, and we have seen, from responses that the interplay between the midwife, caregiver, and the mother, we know from vast bodies of research that whatever mode of birth, so whether it is a normal physiological birth, an instrumental birth, or a caesarean section, it's the midwives and the care that we bring that makes all the difference to that woman's experience and lifelong memories of her birth. So we have the power to make a negative experience, maybe an unexpected experience, perhaps an emergency caesarean or a forceps or vacuum birth. We as midwives have the power to make that still as a positive experience as possible. We can help calm those women and reassure them and potentially reduce what is a scary experience and reduce the trauma associated with that. Because it is through our care, actions, words, and attention to which women respond to, and that is what they remember. So regardless of mode of birth and women's autonomous decisions, for some women will choose caesarean sections or whatever, we know that treating all women with respect, dignity, and compassion is what matters. And it is crucial that we bring that into our everyday practice. As I was preparing for this talk today, I asked on my social media what the power of birth and the power of midwives meant to some of my followers. And here are some thoughtful responses, which I'll show you in just a moment. And it serves as a reminder of the delicate interplay between mothers-to-be and their midwife caregivers. We know that a hallmark of safe care is trusting relationships, a fostering of love and kindness, and where the midwife has self-awareness, emotional intelligence, and competent clinical skills. And this reiterates that regardless of the mode of birth or what women choose, these core components is what makes a difference to women. And this is the power we hold as midwives. So here are some things some of my followers said. So the power of birth belongs to the person giving birth, and all care should revolve around this person and be set up to ensure that they know that they have the power and also know how to wield it. And it's really important. And then we had Jenny. When thinking about the power of birth, the power of midwife, she said, it is also around the ability of the midwife to relinquish power and control over the process, and for the birthing women to relinquish control over the process to enable the forces of her body to work. These moments of a woman going into herself, surrender. We just have one more here. When I think of the power of birth, I think how transformative it is. However it goes, it will change their life. Positive experiences where women feel in control and aware of her choices will leave her feeling so powerful. Negative will leave disappointment, sadness, anger, trauma, which will have a lifelong effect. The power of midwives is in every interaction, and we can get it right or very wrong. So let's talk about the power of midwives and midwifery care. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the Lancet Midwifery series from 2014. And I know this is a busy slide, but this is a summary of the enormous, the biggest piece of work that went into understanding what midwifery care, the benefits of midwifery care. So in all their analysis, which included multiple reviews of systematic reviews, quantitative data and qualitative data, this is what we know, that outcomes improved by midwifery care include reduced maternal and newborn mortality, reduced stillbirth, reduced perineal trauma, reduced instrumental birth, reduced intrapartum analgesia, less severe blood loss, fewer preterm births, fewer newborn infants with a low birth weight, and less hypothermia. They also found an increased spontaneous onset of labour, unassisted vaginal births, increased rates of initiation and duration of breastfeeding, etc. So you can just see the enormous impact. And I think this bottom last sentence really is powerful and really echoes what I'm talking about today. Importantly, women reported a higher rate of satisfaction with care in general and with pain relief in labour in particular, and improved mother-baby interaction was also identified. So this is all of the amazing things that midwifery care improves. So remember, the Lancet Midwifery series was the biggest review ever carried out, and found that midwifery care improves 56 maternal neonatal outcomes. 56. Let's just think about that for a moment. What an enormous number of positive and improved outcomes for those mothers and babies. What an enormous lifelong impact that we have. What a privilege, responsibility we have. How incredible. And we can see this wonderful diagram, which came from the Lancet Midwifery series. And you can see all those different things, that summary I just read out, put into this amazing diagram. And you can see all those. I'll give you a moment just to look at that in case you haven't seen it before, and you can see how midwifery care reduces mortality, improves neonatal care and outcomes, increases satisfaction, facilitates that into that mental health, the psychosocial aspects of birth as well. And you can see this enormous array. And just to reiterate, midwifery care improves 56 maternal and neonatal outcomes. However, we also know that globally, midwifery is underinvested and suffers extreme pressures. We know from the recent State of Maternity Services, the World Midwifery Report, we are short 900,000 midwives worldwide. 900,000. No wonder we all feel stretched and overworked. We also know from this systematic review that in low and middle income countries, the reasons that prevent quality midwifery care, and you can see that here, we've got this overarching understanding from this review carried out by Philby of fundamentally midwifery is underinvested in, it's not given the money and resources it requires, which can be attributed to the gender inequality that we all fight against wherever we are in the world. And you can see from this Venn diagram how that contributes. So we've got gender inequality playing out in the socio-cultural space. So care at birth is viewed and perceived as low-skilled women's work, which of course, when we look at those previous slides, we know our skills are highly technical, highly advanced, complex skills. Unfortunately, it's not always viewed that way. There is definite a lack of acceptance in midwifery, and although this review looked at low and middle income countries, that is something that we even experience in the UK. There is often a pushback against midwives and midwifery, which is its own interesting and challenging situation to be in. And then we've got issues around vulnerability to physical and sexual assault for the midwives themselves. So some midwives are working in very isolated conditions. They might be the only midwife sleeping at the unit or the hospital overnight, which puts them in a really vulnerable, physically and vulnerable space. We've also got the professional gender inequality issues, as you can see in the bottom right here. So lack of investment in education or regulation, weak professional autonomy, and medical hierarchies prevent scope of practice. And again, we have a constant tug and pull across the world around the hierarchies that negatively influence us being able to really fulfill our scope of practice. And of course, economic. So in various parts of the world, infrequent wages that fail to meet basic living costs and lack of investment, as I've already mentioned about safe accommodation, are hugely problematic. And you can see in the middle of this Venn diagram, that of course leads to moral distress, burnout, and poor quality of care. So we know the key is, and as the ICM, the World Health Organization, and all UNICEF, UNFPA, all these global bodies know the key to maternal and neonatal improving the lives of women and babies, their families and communities, is investing in midwives. We know a chronic undervaluing of the enormous skill and benefits educated midwives bring. This is a global travesty, and one that is short-sighted and ill thought out, as the burden of human and economic costs so much more than the proper investment into midwives and midwifery services. Midwives, we are extraordinarily good value for money. So to summarise, through investment in midwives, proper pay, proper structures which are supportive and enabling environments in which we can flourish and work within our full scope of practice, this demonstrates the value in which midwives have to facilitate women's births, improve their and their babies' outcomes, and crucially improve their birth experiences that influence the transition to parenthood. Investing in midwives recognises the intrinsic value and the power of women in the power of birth. So may we stand together as times are so tough at the moment and take a moment to acknowledge all that you do, the hard work, the sacrifices and the extraordinary impact that you have on women's and families' lives. And for that, I thank you. And we must hold on to this knowledge when the times get tough. So thank you so much for having me today. That's the end of my presentation, but I also had, and I'll put these 2 links in the chat. When colleagues knew I was coming to speak to you all today, there was 2 invitations for you. So the one on the left, and I'll put the links in the chat. We have Dr. Sally Perezzo here in the UK is asking for midwives from all over the world to join this survey. You can either use the QR code on your phone, but in a moment I'll pop these links into your chat. And then the wonderful team that I used to work or still work with closely, all for maternity. You may have seen our main journal, The Practicing Midwife, is offering 50% off of their online subscription for international midwives. And I will pop that link into your chat as well. So I do hope you're able to at least participate in this global call for midwives, nurse midwives, so we can really explore and capture our views on professional identity, midwifery leadership, and we absolutely need representation from midwives all over the world, including yourselves. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop sharing now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Philly. What a lovely talk, comprehensive presentations that wrapped in fantastic way. And I'm so touched by what you have said earlier. So I quote some from you, yeah, and you say that what an enormous lifelong impact midwife made, and that midwife have incredible high skill, technical skill, and very complex skill. Yeah. However, to help the women to get through their amazing moment in their life. I'm so touched, Dr. Philly. So, yeah. So, she just like encourage us to think even more deeper about this one side that it's really important in women's life, and the other hand, the midwives burdening very big things in their professional skills, very complex, technical, and everything. So I would like to encourage everybody to shout out to all, yeah, midwives around the globe, yeah. You have to be proud to be midwife. All right, so I am inviting some questions in Q&A sessions, Dr. Philly. Sure. And we have some questions already for you. And all right. Okay. So this is from Baska from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bengkulu. And Baska would like to ask how we faced, like, what attitude should we do, like, in facing the challenges about the change in the, is it documentation or photo, like photographs in the childbirth, because current their LCD, like labor care guidelines from WHO in 2020. How do we deal with that matter, Dr. Philly?
I don't think I fully understood the matter. I got the WHO, obviously they had, I was really privileged to be on one of the review teams for the guidelines for a positive birth experience and intrapartum care. So I understand that bit. I'm just not clear on the question. How do we deal with which bit?
Okay, so it is about the asking about the photograph. Is it like documentation, data documentations for the childbirth?
It's possibly so around, I know around the world and here in the UK as well, we still very much rely on the partogram and the partograph, and there's been really exciting research that's come out over the last 5 or so years, well, probably longer, but it's made it into the WHO guidelines, which tells us that the partogram isn't as helpful as we thought. So there may be some use to it, but when we're looking at women who have gone into labour spontaneously, so spontaneous labour and birth, when they did some really enormous studies, what we saw is that you couldn't really plot a normal physiological labour and birth. As long as the observations for the mum and baby are fine during that labour, then we can continue to have watchful attendance. So for some women, where we have the partograph and you would expect it to be this kind of like linear line of cervical dilation and then fetal descent, what this study showed was actually it's all over the place. So some women can stay at 4 centimetres for a long time and then suddenly go to 10 centimetres. Other women might progress in that typical line to 8 centimetres and then it slows down for a while, but they can still have their babies safely and normally. So if that's the question, the fact that the partogram is still used globally and how do we change that, then that is an ongoing slow piece of work, but we've got the support from the WHO and the research to demonstrate that during labour, with our clinical skills, as long as the fetal heart rate is in normal parameters, the mum's not showing sign any of sepsis, then we can continue to support that labour to develop physiologically. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Dr. Philly. Untuk Baska, was Dr. Philly answering your questions? Yeah. Okay. Another question we've got here. Okay. How's the family accompany the mom who giving birth in UK, in England, and how significant it influenced the mom when they giving birth?
Well, is that the birth partner, do you mean?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, we in the UK, we've had birth partners which are very often women's husband or unmarried partner into the birth room since the 70s. There was a big shift that moved, and now that's kind of expanded. Very often you might have 2 birth partners, so women might have their partner or mum or a doula. So it's very much welcomed and it's very much expected in the UK that women can have at least 1, if not 2, birth partners of their choosing. And we know from the Cochrane reviews and the other research that birth partners make a massive difference to normal physiological labour and the psychology and how women feel in their labour. Because of the pandemic, that obviously, and as you will know, that we've had extraordinary high numbers of COVID. Lots of hospitals during the pandemic reduced birth partners to just 1 and during the actual active stage of labour, and stopped allowing them on the wards or restricted their times on the wards. So that's either in early labour or postnatally. We've got loads of data from lots of research studies of the negative impact that has had on women, and it's actually been one of the worst parts of women's experiences in the UK during the pandemic. So that tells us how much it's valued, how important it is to women to have the partners that they want there to support them through their labour. So yeah, I'm not sure how it is for you in your context. It'd be really interesting to find out.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Philly. So what I got from Dr. Philly is you say that it's very having a significant impact when a birth partner there in the delivery process. Ya, baik. Pertanyaannya, Dr. Philly mengatakan bahwa pendampingan itu sangat memiliki signifikan, pengaruhnya sangat signifikan untuk mendampingi ibu melahirkan saat persalinan. Dan Dr. Philly bertanya juga kepada kita, apakah itu yang ditanyakan? Saya tidak tahu siapa yang bertanya. Okay, I hope this answering your questions. Yes. All right. Next questions. Bagaimana peran bidan dalam mengoptimalkan, vaginal birth di Inggris dan peran bidan dalam mendampingi persalinan. Okay. So how's the role of the midwife in optimized the vaginal birth in UK, and how the role of the midwife and support the delivery in UK? Is there any doula, and what's the doula's role if we like compare to the midwife? Thank you very much.
Oh, great questions. So in the UK, midwives are the lead carer for all pregnant women, unless they opt for private care. And within that role, so all women, nearly all women here will have a midwife attend to them during their labour and their birth. If and when a doctor is needed, then of course a doctor then becomes involved in their care as well. Midwives during that process would be liaising with their teams, you know, on the labour ward, discussing and checking in, obviously, if they're worried about anything. So in terms of what midwives are doing in the UK to optimise physiological birth, we do face some significant challenges here in the UK. So I'm not going to get into that too much now, but what is really positive that we have in the UK is that most women are attended to by a midwife. So just by that delivery of midwifery care, that optimises the physiological birth processes. We're really fortunate, although they've been challenged in the pandemic, we have home births is a reasonably common thing in the UK. From the research, we know where there's good infrastructure, that is a really safe place for lots of women, not all, but lots of women to have their babies with a qualified midwife. And that improves and that optimises your physiological birth. We also have great access to water immersion, so the big birthing pools, and that optimises physiological birth, as well as birth centres. So those are midwifery-led units, often standalone, so they're their own, but they don't have any doctors or paediatricians there. And again, we know from the research that with good infrastructure, then that optimises the physiological birth processes. So I'd say that's the key things, as well as that antenatal care and that antenatal preparation, which optimises those physiological processes. In terms of the doula, doulas are a support person. They are absolutely not allowed to carry out anything that would come under the midwife or a doctor's role, and the law is really clear. So no blood pressures, no vaginal examinations, nothing that is deemed healthcare or midwifery or medical care. What they provide is this amazing support and emotional support, and they can tend to that women and her partner's needs. So for some dads, it can be quite a scary process. It can be quite an intimidating process. So the doula is very often supporting both the woman in labour and their partner. And that could be things like gentle massage, or some doulas are skilled in optimising fetal positioning, so helping mums move into the best position during contractions, particularly if you've got a baby in a slightly asynclitic position, which is slowing labour down. So doulas can do that. But their key role, and that's where we see the most benefit or evidence of their benefit, is this emotional support person, for which totally focuses. So in an ideal situation, and I've worked with so many brilliant doulas, so where I'm the midwife, they're the doula, we become this team and we all have our different skill set. We centre that woman who's in labour, she's our priority. And when it works well, and it often works well, you just have this amazing, almost like this circling around the woman to help her have the best experience she possibly can. So just to answer that a bit more succinctly, doulas have a very specific role, and it's very different, and we have law and legislation to really keep those differences separated.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Philly. And I hope it's answering the questions. And okay, so she focused on that both support the women in the childbirth, but the doula will not do things dealing the healthcare and the medical care. And what's amazing doula can do is supporting the psychological to the mother and the family, and can do even gentle massage, right, Dr. Philly? Yeah. And Dr. Philly also said that when doula and the midwife work together, it's gonna be like the women are in the circle of angels. Okay.
I like that. Yes, I like that.
Okay. So Dr. Philly mengatakan bahwa doula dan bidan ini sangat dipakai di UK, dan mereka berdua itu sama-sama mensupport untuk kebaikan ibu-ibu dan keluarga yang sedang menjalani proses kelahiran atau mendampingi wanita atau perempuan yang sedang melahirkan. Dan beliau menekankan bahwa doula dan bidan ini berbeda, di mana jika doula itu tidak boleh mengambil alih peran dari bidan dan dokter, yaitu tindakan medis, dia tidak boleh melakukan itu. Dan beliau juga mengatakan analoginya seperti jika seorang perempuan yang ingin yang sedang melahirkan dikelilingi oleh bidan dan doula, itu seperti dikelilingi oleh malaikat, dan itu sangat baik sekali. But I hope that's answering the questions. Then now another question, would you mind, Dr. Philly?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So Dr. Philly, may I ask questions? I've been read about the labor care guidelines. In that book, telling about so many regulations and assessments, examples in latent and active phase. The dilation started on 5 for active phase, but in our nations that is still new and not familiar yet. Please give us your comment and sharing knowledge. Thank you, from Dwi Yunita from Polkesram. Okay.
Well, I think to answer that properly, I would want to just have a conversation with you rather than just answer like this, because it'd be really interesting to know what's happening in your area as it is, and to how this is different. So that I would really want to know, actually, before I answer that specifically, because I don't know what level of change, how radically different that might be. Certainly in the UK, we used to we kind of still do class active labour 4 centimetres dilated and regular contractions. But we know from the WHO new guidelines, and we know from the research that inform those guidelines, that actually active labour is probably 6 centimetres, and regular contractions for a period of time, and those contractions are getting stronger because, as you know, they can come and go for a bit, can't they, before fully active labour. They can slow down. So I think everywhere has got to catch up with those international guidelines from the WHO. I think everywhere's doing it slightly differently, and hopefully over a period of time we can start to harmonise, because that is the evidence for best available care. So, and in terms of the difference in the latent phase, I mean, biologically there isn't much difference, but in terms of the care and how intensive our care is in terms of listening to the fetal heart rate, then that does change depending on where that woman's labour is. So latent phase might just need more of that doula support, love, TLC, massage, water, etc., as opposed to that bit more intensive midwifery care.
Okay.
I'm not sure that answered the question though.
All right, Dr. Philly, thank you very much. So do you need Tabaska? Is Dr. Philly answering your questions? Yeah, so Dr. Philly says that please look at against the WHO guidelines, and she said that every place has their own reference, but she said that the biological could be the same, but the care and other things may impact those care also. Jadi tolong lihat terus guideline dari WHO dan selalu perhatikan tindakan itu sesuai dengan kondisi dari ibu yang melahirkan. Mungkin itu dari pertanyaan Yuanita. And another question or comments from, okay, well done for this presentation, Dr. Claire. We need also to emphasize the fact that despite midwifery work so demanding and tiring, society tends to overlook the multiple burden they got on their daily basis, such as at home. We as homemakers have to struggle with our productive roles as caregivers and service provider for all family members. So I personally want to convince my gratitude to all midwives around the globe to stand up to provide their best service for the life of baby and mother. So the UNITA also stand with Dr. Claire Philly to work together to help making the better world for us, for the women, right? Dr. Philly, thank you very much. Dwi Yunita Baska, it's very great word to share. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
Yeah. And one more question. Okay. One more question, Dr. Philly.
Yeah, I need to go in 2 minutes, but that's fine. I can answer another question.
Okay. What is the role of midwife in your country in assisting childbirth, and how is the maternal and perinatal referral system by midwives in your country?
Oh, that's a big question. But as I said earlier, midwives are the lead carers for women across pregnancy, birth, and in the postnatal period, unless they need to see a doctor. So here, midwives facilitate they catch the babies. I don't like to use the word delivery, but they facilitate the actual, babies being born. And I know that's different in some countries where it's the doctor comes in for the actual birth. But here it's us, unless there's complications and women need to have an instrumental or a C-section birth.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Philly. It's quite quick and very go to the point. And okay, that's Ika Fitria, the answer from Dr. Philly. Yes, so midwife facilitate the baby that's being born, and unless the complications, they goes to the doctor. Okay, Dr. Philly, thank you very much for your inspiring talk today, and she also invite everyone here to join and share your idea and experience on global call, midwives and nurse midwives. She puts the link,
yeah,
and QR in her slides, in the last slides, and I think that's very good. Yeah,
and I've put it in the chat as well. I've put the
oh,
link.
thank you so much,
both of them.
Dr. Philly.
Yeah,
thank you
fine.
so much. Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
have a lovely
Bye-bye
day.
now.
Have a
Yeah,
lovely
thank
day.
you. Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you. Bye. Baik, para hadirin sekalian, kita sudah sampai pada pembicara terakhir yang kita tunggu-tunggu, yaitu Ibu Bayi Iin Rumintang, SST/M Kep. Dan pada sesi ini akan dimoderatori oleh Ibu Sudarmi. Silahkan Ibu Sudarmi.
Ya, thank you Mbak Santi. Terima kasih masih tetap bersama kami, tetap di monitor. Tadi sudah banyak ya kita mendapatkan penjelasan dari Bu Dr. Philly ya tentang bagaimana the power of midwife ya. Jadi bagaimana kekuatan dari bidan itu sendiri yang dapat ditularkan ya kepada ibu pada saat melahirkan, dan kekuatan ini ya yang dipunyai oleh bidan ini jangan sampai tidak hanya sampai ibu melahirkan ya. Jadi kita harus bisa menularkan sampai pada saat ibu menyusui juga. Nah, untuk itu pada sesi terakhir ini ya adalah sesi yang sangat penting juga yang akan disampaikan oleh Ibu Haja Bayi Iin Rumintang ya tentang bagaimana peranan bidan ya dalam rangka untuk meningkatkan breastfeeding ya pada masa COVID-19 ya di masa pandemi ini. Tapi sebelum itu saya akan membacakan terlebih dahulu CV dari Ibu Haja Iin Rumintang. Ya. Bu Haja Iin Rumintang, di mana kabarnya? Marhaban, Bu Haja Iin.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih Bu Sudarmi, sehat.
Ya. Di sini ya telah hadir bersama kami Bu Haja Bayi Iin Rumintang. Kebetulan pada saat ini beliau sebagai Kaprodi Profesi ya Bidan Poltekkes Kemenkes Mataram dan juga sekaligus sebagai Ketua Asosiasi Ibu Menyusui Indonesia untuk daerah NTB. Ya, jadi cocok sekali ya materi ini ya yang akan disampaikan oleh beliau tentang peranan ya, bagaimana nanti peranan bidan dalam rangka membantu ibu menyusui di masa COVID-19. Ibu Iin ini telah menyelesaikan pendidikan magisternya ya di Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Pajajaran pada tahun 2015 sebagai magister kebidanan. Nah, itu mungkin CV beliau. Untuk itu waktu dan tempat disilahkan kepada Ibu Haja dan kami mohon kepada seluruh peserta ya untuk tetap standby di monitor. Ya. Silakan Ibu.
Ya, terima kasih banyak Ibu Sudarmi. Ya, izin untuk share screen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Wonderful to be here. In the last session, I will to share about the practical role of midwife to improve breastfeeding in the COVID-19 era. Ya, untuk selanjutnya saya akan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Ya, baik, apa yang akan saya sampaikan adalah penutup dari webinar kita pada siang hari ini. Hal-hal yang akan saya sampaikan adalah hal-hal yang praktis yang bisa kita lakukan setelah tadi kita sudah banyak melihat berbagai macam peran bidan. Nah, di yang terakhir ini kita akan melihat peran bidan, peran-peran sederhana yang bisa kita lakukan untuk meningkatkan keberhasilan menyusui. Baik, secara global, sampai saat ini masih baru 3 dari 5 orang bayi yang disusui pada 1 jam pertama dari kehidupannya. Dan baru 41% saja dari bayi di bawah usia 6 bulan yang berhasil menyusui secara eksklusif 6 bulan. Padahal apabila bayi-bayi dan anak ini disusui sampai sekitar 23 bulan, seharusnya ada 820 bayi dan anak yang bisa diselamatkan setiap tahunnya. Jadi ternyata menyusui ini bukan hal yang sesederhana yang kita lihat ya, perannya ternyata sangat besar. Bagaimana di Indonesia? Di Indonesia, inisiasi menyusui dini atau IMD itu sudah 58,2% angkanya. Tapi sayangnya dari IMD ini baru 15,9% saja yang diberikan kesempatan untuk IMD lebih dari 1 jam. Jadi sebenarnya minimal IMD itu adalah 1 jam, tapi baru 15,9% dari bayi yang mendapatkannya. Dan bayi yang disusui secara eksklusif juga di Indonesia baru 37,3%. Oke, ASI memang terlihat sebenarnya sederhana, tapi dalam satu tetes ASI ternyata itu mengandung sesuatu yang luar biasa, di mana ASI adalah makanan sekaligus obat. Ya. Inilah juga yang akan kita lihat bagaimana ASI itu perannya di dalam masa pandemi ataupun dalam kondisi bencana. Jadi ASI adalah cairan hidup. Dalam susu formula apapun, mungkin dalam susu formula ada protein, ada lemak, dan lain sebagainya, tapi tidak ada zat hidup. Apa itu zat hidup? Ya, di sana di ASI itu ada antibodi, hormon, imun, kemudian bakteri baik, dan antivirus, antibakteri, bahkan anti kanker. Jadi ASI ini adalah makanan bagi bayi sekaligus juga obat yang diberikan dalam setiap tetesnya. Jadi menyusui itu adalah sesuatu yang sangat penting ya untuk diperjuangkan, dan peran kita sebagai bidan kita tentu sangat bisa untuk membantu ini. Pertama-tama mari kita perbaharui mindset kita. Di sini ada beberapa kalimat baik yang kalau kita renungi sungguh maknanya sangat besar. The journey of pregnancy, childbirth, and breastfeeding is an important journey in a woman's life. Semua yang sudah merasakan hamil, melahirkan, ya, menyusui pasti memahami makna ini. Bahwa proses-proses itu adalah sebuah perjalanan yang luar biasa untuk seorang perempuan. Ya. Bahkan dalam sebuah kelahiran, sebenarnya yang lahir itu bukan saja seorang bayi, tapi juga seorang ibu baru. Ya, seorang perempuan akan mengalami perubahan hidup dalam proses tersebut. Dan kita berada di sana, membantu dalam setiap perjalanan ini. Kemudian apabila kita sebagai bidan membantu seorang ibu di awal proses menyusuinya, bantuan sederhana yang kita berikan di awal itu adalah permulaan yang baik yang akan membantu ibu untuk masa yang sangat panjang, ya. Masa proses menyusui yang panjang, ya, sampai sekitar 2 tahun, dan di sana kita berperan membantu di awal, hal yang awalnya sederhana mungkin menurut kita, tapi itu akan menjadi bekal buat ibu untuk menjalani proses panjang perjalanan menyusuinya. Kemudian beberapa jam yang kita berikan kepada ibu, itu manfaatnya akan ibu rasakan dan akan ibu pergunakan beberapa jam yang kita berikan tersebut untuk 2 tahun perjalanan menyusuinya. Dan yang terakhir, helping one mother to breastfeed mean helping the whole of family. Jadi pada dasarnya membantu satu orang ibu untuk bisa menyusui itu seolah-olah kita sebenarnya membantu satu keluarga. Jadi bukan hanya ibu itu saja yang kita bantu, tapi satu keluarga. Seorang ibu yang tidak menyusui sehingga dia kemudian harus membeli satu formula, apabila dihitung selama 2 tahun dengan menggunakan susu yang paling murah saja, itu membutuhkan anggaran Rp52.800.000. Kita bisa bayangkan ini jumlah yang sangat besar, yang sebenarnya bisa sangat membantu keluarga itu untuk menjadi lebih baik. Ya, jadi pada saat kita membantu seorang ibu menyusui, kita membantu anaknya lebih sehat, sehingga dia lebih akan jarang sakit. Kemudian membantu si ibu untuk lebih sehat dan terhindar dari banyak penyakit beresiko. Kemudian membantu ayah, sehingga dia tidak mengeluarkan biaya yang besar untuk membeli susu formula, dan juga membantu keluarga lainnya, anak-anak lain, sehingga mereka bisa mempergunakan dana yang ada untuk memperbaiki kondisi mereka, baik dari segi pendidikan maupun makanan yang lebih sehat. Jadi membantu satu orang ibu adalah pada dasarnya membantu satu keluarga. Ya, beberapa mindset ini hendaknya sama-sama kita tanamkan dalam diri kita, sehingga kita lebih bersemangat lagi untuk bantu seorang ibu untuk menyusui. Oke, kita akan mulai. Tentu memulainya adalah makin awal. Karena apabila proses menyusui sudah dimulai, tentunya sudah terlambat ya. Sebaiknya menyusui itu dipersiapkan jauh hari sebelumnya. Sebagaimana payudara seorang ibu hamil itu sudah bersiap-siap sejak masa kehamilan. Padahal bayi belum lahir, tapi payudara sudah bersiap-siap. Maka tentunya tentang menyusui ini juga harusnya sudah disiapkan sejak masih dalam masa kehamilan. Hal sederhana yang bisa kita lakukan adalah memberikan ibu 2 sesi dari kunjungan antenatal care yang sudah kita berikan sebagai seorang bidan. Tapi hendaknya pada 2 sesi ini memang kita memberikan informasi yang fokus dan melibatkan suami. Karena suami adalah supporting system utama bagi istrinya yang sedang menyusui. Dalam proses 2 sesi selama hamil ini, hendaknya kita memberikan sebuah komunikasi yang terbuka, ya, yang menyenangkan, yang membuat si ibu menjadi mendapatkan banyak informasi penting terkait apa sih sebenarnya menyusui itu. Oke, kita akan lihat per sesi poin-poin yang perlu kita garis bawahi. Ya, sesi pertama. Yang paling penting di sini adalah membangun rasa kepercayaan diri ibu tentang menyusui. Ibu harus diberikan sebuah pemahaman yang positif, hal-hal yang menyenangkan bahwa menyusui itu sesuatu yang luar biasa. Menyusui itu sesuatu yang sangat penting ya bagi bayi. Bayi akan mendapatkan manfaat dari tiap tetes ASI yang kita berikan. Kemudian setiap ibu juga harus diberikan kepercayaan diri bahwa dia bisa menyusui. Seorang ibu bisa menyusui 2-3 bayi. Apalagi kalau hanya ada 1 bayi. Tentunya ibu mampu untuk menyusui dan ASI-nya cukup. Ya, karena sindrom ASI kurang ini masih banyak kita temukan. Ya, itu juga terjadi karena ibu di awal tidak ditanamkan percaya diri bahwa dia mampu untuk menyusui. Dan menyusui ini juga penting karena kita akan membuat koneksi ya dengan bayi kita dengan proses menyusui yang seorang ibu lakukan kepada bayinya. Oke, kemudian di sesi 1 juga kita perlu menginformasikan tentang resiko formula. Kalau kita searching tentang manfaat ASI, sangat banyak informasi yang berada di luar sana tentang manfaat ASI. Tapi ternyata resiko formula ini yang masih jarang kita sampaikan. Sehingga kadang-kala di sesi pada waktu proses menyusui awal masih belum berjalan dengan baik, seorang ibu segera sangat mudah beralih ke formula karena dia tidak paham tentang bahwa resiko formula itu bukan hanya sekedar susu, tapi ada resiko yang membahayakan dirinya maupun bayinya. Yaitu yang perlu kita sampaikan kepada ibu dan suami bahwa formula itu ada resikonya ya. Di antaranya untuk bayi ada resiko lebih tinggi untuk menderita asma, alergi, infeksi telinga ya. Kemudian peningkatan tekanan darah dan penyakit jantung serta sampai ke kanker ya. Kemudian untuk ibunya juga yang tidak menyusui, dia akan lebih tinggi mengalami resiko untuk terkena penyakit diabetes, kemudian obesitas, osteoporosis, dan kanker, ya, baik kanker payudara maupun kanker ovarium. Jadi ini yang harus disampaikan kepada ibu. Kemudian bagian terakhir, kita yakinkan ibu bahwa proses menyusui yang akan dia jalani adalah pemberiannya yang terbaik untuk bayinya, yang akan selalu tersedia dalam kondisi apapun. Kita bisa bayangkan bahwa negara kita berada di dalam lingkaran yang sangat mudah terjadi bencana. Sudah banyak yang terjadi bencana ya, sampai sekarang pun kita tetap harus siaga terhadap bencana. Dan menyusui ini kita harus sampaikan kepada ibu bahwa apabila kondisi bencana, maka ASI-lah yang paling mungkin untuk diberikan. Dalam kondisi awal di mana tidak tersedia air bersih, tidak ada akses untuk membeli susu formula dan lain sebagainya, maka yang paling memungkinkan untuk si ibu adalah menyusui. Hal ini menunjukkan bahwa secara fakta memang menyusui itu adalah sesuatu yang paling terbaik, paling ASI diberikan dalam temperatur yang tepat, tidak membutuhkan persiapan yang menyusahkan, ya, dan bisa diberikan dengan akses yang bahkan tidak ada akses untuk air bersih. Ini menunjukkan bahwa menyusui itu memang harusnya ibu betul-betul kuat untuk berusaha bisa menyusui bayinya. Dan ASI juga dalam kondisi bencana, karena tadi ASI mengandung makanan sekaligus juga sebagai obat, tentu dalam kondisi bencana ini juga akan sangat berperan untuk menjaga kesehatan ibu dan bayinya. Oke, untuk kondisi COVID, penelitian sudah menunjukkan bahwa tidak ada transmisi dari virus COVID-19 melalui proses menyusui. Ya. Jadi WHO merekomendasikan bahwa seorang ibu yang dinyatakan suspek atau bahkan terkonfirmasi COVID pun dia seharusnya tetap didukung untuk bisa menyusui. Tentunya dengan menjaga, dengan menggunakan masker, kemudian dengan menjaga kebersihan tangan dan sebagainya. Ternyata proses menyusui yang tetap dilakukan itu kemanfaatannya lebih besar daripada resiko yang mungkin akan terjadinya transmisi. Oke, kemudian di sesi 2 dari pertemuan kita dengan ibu pada waktu pertemuan antenatal adalah kita mengenalkan tentang IMD atau Early Initiation of Breastfeeding. Untuk IMD ini kita sampaikan apa manfaat IMD dan sangat baik sekali apabila kita mengizinkan ibu untuk mencoba merasakan IMD itu ternyata seperti apa sih. Jadi ini di foto, ini seorang ibu yang masih hamil, tapi dia melakukan role play ya untuk seperti apa sih kalau kita melakukan IMD. Nah, ini akan membuat ibu menjadi lebih siap. Karena IMD ini pada dasarnya sudah banyak dilakukan, tapi belum mencapai minimal 1 jam. Ya. Jadi itu yang harus kita tekankan terkait inisiasi menyusui dini, bahwa inisiasi menyusui dini adalah membiarkan bayi di atas dada ibu selama minimal 1 jam. Kemudian kita kenalkan tentang roaming in. Apabila nanti bayi sudah lahir, maka bayi dan ibu harusnya berada di dalam satu ruangan yang sama. Dan ibu kita kenalkan untuk mengenal tanda-tanda awal bayi mau menyusu. Bayi mau menyusu bukan pada saat bayi menangis, karena itu sudah merupakan tanda akhir dari tanda-tanda untuk dia menunjukkan dia ingin menyusu. Harusnya seorang ibu sudah dikenalkan bahwa bayi sudah harus segera disusui apabila di tanda-tanda awal, yaitu dia sudah mulai bangun, menolehkan kepala, membuka mulut, ya, kemudian mulai menggerak-gerakkan mulut, mencari-cari, itu sudah tanda awal segera disusui. Hal ini penting karena apabila bayi disusui pada waktu bayi sudah menangis, itu tentunya akan lebih sulit apabila dibandingkan dengan pada waktu dia baru memberikan tanda-tanda awal. Ini penting sekali untuk kita kenalkan pada ibu. Oke, kemudian kita ingatkan juga ibu dan suaminya untuk tidak memberikan botol, dot maupun empeng, ya. Karena ternyata menyusui dengan botol atau dot atau empeng itu memberikan gaya menyusui yang berbeda, ya, dan akan membuat bayi berisiko terkena bingung puting. Sehingga pada waktu dia nanti menyusu dengan payudara ibunya, maka dia berusaha menyusu seperti bagaimana dia menyusu dengan dot, ya. Jadi sampaikan kepada orang tua bahwa jangan sampai mengenalkan dot maupun empeng. Nah, nanti ada pemberian ASI dengan media yang lain, tidak dengan menggunakan botol dan dot. Ya, ibu yang menyusui bayinya akan secara natural, dia akan memeluk, kemudian mendekatkan diri dengan bayinya, dan ini akan membuat bayi merasa lebih aman, ya, dan ini penting untuk pembentukan kepercayaan dirinya di masa depan. Oke, pada saat bayi lahir, ini kita ingatkan kembali tentang PP 33 tahun 2012. Di sini jelas dinyatakan bahwa tenaga kesehatan wajib untuk memberikan hak bayi baru lahir, yaitu bayi yang baru lahir disusui kepada ibunya paling singkat selama 1 jam, ya, melakukan inisiasi menyusu dini. Kemudian tenaga kesehatan juga wajib menempatkan ibu dan bayi di dalam satu ruangan. Jadi tidak ada lagi pemisahan, walaupun dalam kondisi COVID, tidak ada pemisahan ibu dan bayi, kecuali memang ibu betul-betul kondisinya sakitnya parah sehingga dia tidak mampu untuk menyusui. Itu pun ibu harus dibantu bagaimana untuk memerah ASINya dan diberikan kepada bayinya. Oke, saat bayi lahir juga kita ajarkan tentang posisi dan perlekatan. Posisi menyusui yang paling lazim adalah posisi cradle, ya. Baik, Bu Sudarmi, apa masih bisa terdengar suara saya?
Ya, sudah Bu, silakan.
Oh ya, saya screen ulang. Oke, selanjutnya pada waktu ibu sudah kita bantu untuk belajar menyusui dengan posisi dan perlekatan yang benar, kita lihat tanda-tanda untuk posisi dan perlekatan yang benar, ya. Di antaranya yaitu dagu bayi menempel di payudara, kemudian mulut bayi terbuka lebar, ya, sehingga sebagian besar areola masuk ke dalam mulut bayi. Kemudian mulut bayinya menggembung, tidak kempis, yang menggambarkan bahwa banyak bagian dari payudara yang berada di dalam mulutnya. Dan terakhir, pada saat ibu sudah selesai menyusui, apabila posisi dan pelekatannya benar, maka bentuk putingnya seharusnya akan tetap bulat seperti ini, ya, dan tidak gepeng. Kalau bentuknya gepeng itu menandakan bahwa perlekatannya masih belum tepat. Oke, Oke, kemudian yang terakhir kita perlu mengajarkan kepada ibu tentang hand expressing ya. Jadi memerah payudara ini bukan hanya untuk diajarkan untuk ibu yang akan meninggalkan bayi atau ibu bekerja. Tapi sebenarnya semua ibu harus diajarkan untuk memerah payudara, memerah ASI. Untuk posisinya ibu bisa meletakkan dua jarinya dari puting di bagian atas puting, kemudian dua jari di bagian bawah puting, kemudian ibu meletakkan ibu jari dan jari telunjuknya di posisi tersebut, kemudian memerah ya. Dan di sini yang kita lihat ini keluar ya kolostrum yang bisa ditampung menggunakan sendok. Memerah ASI ini penting untuk menjaga pasokan, di mana nanti apabila bayi belum bangun setiap 2-3 jam sudah berusaha untuk dibangunkan, tapi tidak bangun, maka ibu juga tetap harus dianjurkan untuk memerah payudaranya, sehingga produksi ASI tidak menurun. Jadi penting sekali untuk mengajarkan ibu tentang hand expressing ini. Oke, baik. Yang terakhir dari presentasi saya adalah 2 buah kalimat ya yang sangat baik, bahwa ada banyak manfaat dari proses menyusui itu dibandingkan hanya sekedar air susu ya. Kemudian breastfeeding is a mother gift to her child, her baby, and the earth. Jadi menyusui itu benar-benar adalah hadiah sebenarnya buat
Sekali lagi Bu Iin untuk slide terakhir.
baik. Slide terakhir saya adalah kata-kata bijak yang bisa kita ambil, bahwa proses menyusui itu lebih dari sekedar memberikan air susu ya. Kemudian menyusui itu sebenarnya adalah sebuah hadiah dari ibu untuk dirinya sendiri, untuk bayinya, dan untuk bumi. Demikian Ibu Sudarmi yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, para peserta. Terima kasih masih bersama kami pada seminar internasional of midwifery. Jadi tadi banyak sekali ya informasi praktek ya yang telah disampaikan oleh Ibu Haja. Oke, terima kasih. Jadi tadi sudah banyak disampaikan oleh Bu Haja Iin tentang bagaimana peran bidannya untuk membantu keberhasilan pada ibu menyusui, yang mana dimulai dari masa kehamilan, kemudian nanti dilanjutkan pada saat proses melahirkan yang dimulai dengan proses IMD dan roaming in, dan membantu ibu bagaimana nanti proses menyusui awal ya, dengan cara misalnya kita membantu ibu dalam rangka memposisikan dan melekatkan bayi yang tepat sehingga nanti ibu ini dapat berhasil dalam proses menyusuinya. Dari rangkaian materi yang telah disampaikan oleh Ibu Haja Iin Rumintang, ini ada satu pertanyaan Bu yang disampaikan oleh Mbak Ika, ini dari Lampung ya Mbak Ika. Terima kasih Mbak Ika atas pertanyaannya. Tadi Mbak Ika ini bertanya Bu tentang teknik ya Bu. Tentang teknik pada bayi yang bayi baru lahir. Di mana teknik itu dimasukkan atau diletakkannya kurma yang sudah dilumatkan ke langit-langit mulut bayi. Nah, teknik ini adalah sunnah Rasul atau sunnah Nabi. Nah, apakah apabila sudah dilakukan teknik ini, bagaimana dengan ASI eksklusifnya? Itu Bu. Ya, mungkin bisa dijawab Bu pertanyaannya Bu Ika. Nah, dan apakah tadi yang sudah diberikan teknik itu, apakah itu sudah termasuk pemberian MPASI dini? Nah, ya, mungkin itu Bu pertanyaan dari Bu Ika.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih pertanyaannya Ibu Ika. Ya, tentang teknik, memang itu kan adalah bagian dari kepercayaan ya. Jadi kita juga harus sebagai bidan harus menghargai kepercayaan dari klien kita. Dalam hal ini apabila memang klien menginginkan dilakukannya teknik ya, tidak usah kita harus memberikan kesempatan, kita sampaikan, tapi tetap kita sampaikan bahwa menyusui itu adalah sebenarnya yang terbaik. Jadi tetap dia harus memberikan inisiasi menyusui dini tentu harus tetap dilakukan ya. Kemudian proses menyusuinya juga diteruskan sampai 2 tahun karena itu juga termasuk ajaran Islam ya, dan perintah Allah juga untuk menyusui sampai 2 tahun. Untuk dari definisinya memang ASI eksklusif adalah pemberian ASI saja tanpa pemberian makanan apapun kecuali obat dan vitamin ya. Dalam hal ini teknik kalau dilihat dari tujuannya sebenarnya kalau dilihat dalam hadis itu memang dia sebenarnya semacam pemberian makanan awal yang itu untuk meningkatkan daya tahan ya dari bayi ya. Jadi kita tidak usah kita harus tetap menghargai apabila seorang klien atau sebuah keluarga tetap memilih untuk melakukan teknik. Tapi kita tetap sampaikan kalau dari sisi ASI eksklusif seperti ini definisinya. Baik, demikian. Terima kasih Bu Sudarmi.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Iin dan Bu Ika. Ya, jadi dari menurut pendapat Bu Iin tadi bahwa kita tetap menghormati ya hak dari klien kita ya, apabila pasien kita atau klien kita itu ingin melakukan teknik, namun kita sebagai bidan di sini tetap harus memberikan konseling ya tentang tadi ya manfaat ya dari ASI eksklusif, bahwa dengan pemberian ASI itu sudah cukup sebenarnya pada bayi baru lahir. Oh iya, baiklah, sekali lagi Bu, terima kasih Bu Ika atas pertanyaannya. Dan ini juga ada pertanyaan yang sangat menarik sekali ya Bu In, karena tadi kita di sini berbicara tentang bagaimana peranan bidannya dalam prakteknya di masa pandemi COVID. Nah, di sini ada pertanyaan yang bagaimana dengan apa ini? Bila ada dari Nur ya, Vini Nur R. Mbak Rini ini bertanya ya, bagaimana bisa bayi bisa tidak terkena COVID ya Bu, ketika menyusui anaknya yang sudah jelas terpapar oleh COVID ibu. Jadi nanti karena pada saat COVID ini banyak ibu yang terkena COVID, tapi Masya Allah ya, jadi bayinya itu tidak ikut terpapar, padahal dia jelas itu menyusui pada ibunya yang terpapar COVID-19. Ya, mungkin mohon bagaimana ini penjelasannya, Haja Iin.
Ya, baik, terima kasih. Pertanyaannya tadi dari siapa, Bu?
Mbak Rini.
Oh ya, terima kasih Mbak Rini pertanyaannya. Ya, ini kembali lagi tadi sudah kita lihat bahwa ASI itu adalah cairan hidup ya. Jadi itulah apa ya, hebatnya ASI itu, dia adalah cairan hidup dan di dalam ASI itu ada zat antivirus. Jadi pada waktu seorang ibu yang positif tetap menyusui bayinya, pada dasarnya ibu sedang positif itu juga tubuhnya sedang membentuk antivirus untuk melawan virus yang sedang dia derita. Dan antivirus itu akhirnya juga ditransfer kepada bayinya dengan proses menyusui sehingga bayinya tidak terkena dengan virus COVID ya. Bahkan pada bayi yang ada pun yang positif COVID, itu beberapa waktu dengan terus dilanjutkan menyusuinya, ternyata dia kemudian menjadi negatif hasilnya. Jadi betul karena memang ASI itu adalah cairan hidup, di dalamnya banyak antivirus, antibakteri ya, yang tentu akan melawan apabila terjadi infeksi. Ya. Itu mungkin Bu Sudarmi.
Terima kasih Bu Iin, jawaban yang super sekali ya. Jadi ASI, di dalam ASI itu adalah cairan hidup, yang mana cairan hidup ini nanti akan memberikan kekebalan ya kepada bayinya. Jadi di tubuh ibunya itu akan membentuk antibodi, dan antibodi yang tadi yang telah ya, dikeluarkan dari tubuh ibu itu akan ditularkan melalui ASI-nya, sehingga muncullah antibodi ya pada bayinya, sehingga bayinya itu tidak ikut terpapar ya COVID-19. Menarik sekali Bu Hajaiin materi kita, dan ternyata di sini ada yang mau curhat ini dari Pak Sahrir. Dia ingin menceritakan pengalamannya ya terkait dengan pemberian ASI. Jadi dia menemukan ada pasangan sesama tenaga kesehatan yang salah satu pasangannya itu mengharuskan anaknya itu mendapatkan ASI dan tidak boleh mendapatkan susu formula. Ternyata setelah 2 hari si ibu bayi baru mengeluarkan ASI, itu pun sedikit, dan kondisi si bayi mulai lemas, demam, dan menguning. Jadi setelah dilakukan pemeriksaan kadar bilirubin hasilnya 15 mg per dl, akhirnya si bayi dirawat di NICU dan diberikan susu formula. Nah, jadi mohon informasi dan poin-poin yang disarankan terkait kondisi atau pengalaman di atas, semoga bisa menjadi pembelajaran.
Ya, terima kasih pertanyaannya ya dari Sahrir. Ya, ini memang banyak kondisi yang kita temukan untuk masa-masa pemberian ASI awal ya. Kayaknya tadi dalam slide juga saya sampaikan bahwa dari awal itu memang yang pertama kepercayaan diri ibu harus dibangun. Kemudian pada waktu sudah proses persalinan, IMD tentunya harus dilakukan. Ya, ini harapannya pada kasus ini juga harusnya harapannya sudah IMD. Karena pada waktu dilakukan IMD itu juga salah satu manfaatnya adalah termoregulator ya. Jadinya tubuh ibu akan membantu menstabilkan suhu tubuh bayinya ya, sehingga tentu kita harapkan tidak terjadi demam dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian pada waktu masa-masa awal, ini bayi tetap harus bersama ibu. ini saya kurang paham apakah kondisinya pada waktu itu bayi terus dicoba untuk disusui ya. Jadi harusnya di masa-masa awal bayi didampingi tetap untuk diajarkan untuk menyusu, karena pada waktu bayi menyusu maka payudara akan terstimulasi dan akan makin cepat untuk mengeluarkan ASI. Dan di 2 hari awal ini sebenarnya sudah ada kolesterum. Makanya tadi di presentasi kita hendaknya mengajarkan ibu untuk mulai melakukan hand expressing ya, jadi berusaha untuk memerah ASINya yang tadi di gambar saya tunjukkan. Itu sebenarnya juga untuk membantu dalam kondisi seperti ini. Jadi bayi selain diajarkan untuk tetap menyusui, di sela waktu ibu memerah kolesterumnya ya. Jadi walaupun dengan menggunakan sendok, kolesterum itu kan ada di 2 sampai 3 hari-hari awal menyusui dan itu sangat kaya antibodi. Dengan bayi ibu diajarkan untuk memerah ASINya, walaupun hanya beberapa tetes kolesterum dan itu diberikan kepada bayinya, maka itu tentu akan mempercepat proses pengeluaran ASI dan juga membantu bayi untuk mendapatkan nutrisi awal. Dan perlu diingat sebenarnya bayi itu sudah dibekali ya untuk beberapa hari pertama bayi memiliki cadangan lemak coklat yang itu cukup untuk sebagai sumber makanannya selama hari-hari awal. Walaupun pada waktu itu ibunya baru mengeluarkan berupa kolesterum. Jadi memang tetap diajarkan untuk menyusui sesering mungkin, sentuhan kulit dengan kulit, yaitu akan membantu bayi untuk terus untuk belajar menyusu dan menstabilkan kondisinya. Ya, demikian mungkin Bu Sudarmi.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Iin atas sarannya yang baik sekali. Jadi walaupun ASINya belum keluar ya, tapi diharapkan ya Ibu itu sebagai bidan kita tetap terus untuk memotivasi ibunya untuk tetap menyusui atau bayinya itu disusui pada payudara ibunya. Jadi semakin sering bayinya disusui maka bayinya puting susu atau payudara akan terstimulasi untuk memproduksi ASI. Ya, itu ya Pak Sari, terima kasih ya atas pengalamannya. Dan satu lagi Bu Haja Iin, masih bisa ya. Jadi kita tadi membicarakan tentang ASI pada bayi sendiri ya, bayi pada ibu yang melahirkan. Nah sekarang bagaimana dengan bayi yang diadopsi? Mungkin mbaknya ini ingin melakukan breastfeeding. Ya, bagaimana cara yang baik dan benar apabila kita ingin melakukan breastfeeding pada bayi yang diadopsi? Ya, mungkin mohon Bu ya.
Ya, terima kasih ya pertanyaannya untuk Mbak Yulia. Jadi menyusui pada ibu yang tidak melahirkan bayinya secara langsung atau pada bayi adopsi ini ternyata juga memungkinkan ya. Jadi ternyata menyusui itu bisa bahkan pada ibu yang tidak sedang melahirkan atau tidak hamil ya, seperti itu dia bisa dengan menyusui. Tentunya caranya ini dia perlu berkonsultasi dengan konselor laktasi ya. Nanti di sana ada proses di mana bayi itu akan dilakukan tindakan namanya induksi laktasi. Jadi dia akan diberikan stimulasi untuk payudaranya untuk dihisap dengan bantuan sementara menggunakan selang ya. Jadi mungkin masih menggunakan ASI donor atau formula sementara, tapi diberikan selang yang ke ASI ibunya sehingga payudara ibu nanti akan tetap terstimulasi, bayi menghisap, kemudian ibunya juga akan mendapatkan obat ya untuk membantu membentuk untuk produksi ASI-nya ya. Ini nanti bisa dilakukan dengan berkonsultasi pada konselor menyusui. Jadi ada tekniknya dan ini mungkin ya, sudah ada banyak yang berhasil, ibu-ibu yang mengadopsi ternyata dia bisa menyusui. Itu mungkin Bu Sudarmi, terima kasih.
Ya, oke Bu Iin ya, jadi memungkinkan ya Mbak ya tentang bagaimana caranya kita mampu menyusui ya, walaupun bayinya itu bayi yang adopsi yang bukan keluar dari rahim ibunya. Tadi dengan proses teknik relaktasi. Nanti mungkin bisa dibaca ya atau bisa dicari di Google ya bagaimana teknik kita melakukan relaktasi ya.
Induksi laktasi, Bu Sudarmi.
Terima kasih Bu Haja Iin ya atas materi yang luar biasa sekali. Jadi tadi peserta webinar internasional untuk sesi ini adalah sesi terakhir karena waktu kita tidak memungkinkan untuk membuka sesi pertanyaan lagi, maka sesi kelima ini kami tutup dan saya dapat membacakan kesimpulan dari sesi ini adalah bahwa make the pregnant woman confidence that she is able to breastfeed and early initiation of breastfeeding, don't give bottle and apa ya istilahnya empeng. Nah, jadi untuk kesimpulan kita untuk sesi ini, yang pertama yang dapat kita lakukan pada masa kehamilan yaitu bagaimana bidan itu membuat ibu hamil itu percaya diri bahwa dia mampu untuk menyusui. Dan nanti ya pada saat melahirkan kita benar-benar ya sebagai bidan itu menerapkan teknik bagaimana melakukan inisiasi menyusui dini. Dan nanti pada saat proses menyusui ya usahakan ya jangan pernah untuk menggunakan botol, dot ataupun empeng ya. Itu nanti akan dapat mengganggu proses menyusui. Demikian ya sesi terakhir ini. Saya sebagai moderator mungkin tidak luput dari kesalahan. Untuk itu saya mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya dan sesi ini akan saya tutup dengan pantun. Ya, mungkin sering didengar ya. Jadi bunga Kamboja putih berseri, putihnya hingga ke ujung dahan. Atas bantuan dan kerjasama yang diberi, kami ucapkan terima kasih. Pak Topik menjahit kopiah, kopiah dijahit bedu yang utuh. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you so much, the honorable speakers, Dr. Claire Ville and Ms. Bayiin Rumintang SST MKEP, and the honorable moderator, Ms. Niputu Ayu Prigayanti and Dr. Sudarmi. It was such an amazing discussion and lesson for us. Hopefully, can inspire and provide meaningful benefits for us. Okay, now the presentation session and discussion already finished. But before we close this event, we would like to announce something important about door prize and next event from Midwifery Department organization. So please stay with us and don't go anywhere. I also would like to remind to all of the participants to not forget to fill the questionnaire that's shared in the chat column. Okay. Distinguished participants, our next session is door prize session, and there are 5 door prize for 5 luckiest participants that the committee have prepared. So before I'm starting the door prize session, please allow me to use Bahasa Indonesia. Baik para peserta webinar yang saya hormati, kami sudah menyiapkan 5 door prize bagi peserta webinar yang beruntung, dan peserta webinar yang beruntung ini telah dipilih oleh panitia secara acak. Baik, apakah sudah siap untuk pengumuman door prize-nya? Baik, kita langsung saja mengumumkan door prize pertama dengan kategori The Most Interactive Participant, yaitu Ibu Ika Fitria Elmeida dari Lampung dan Ibu Laili Sukma Hayani. Kepada Ibu Ika Fitria Elmeida dan Ibu Laili, silakan raise hand. Apakah masih di room Zoom kami? Oh, baik. Baik, selamat Ibu Ika dan Ibu Laili atas setelah memenangkan door prize kami dengan kategori The Most Interactive Participants. Dan door prize selanjutnya yaitu Ibu Tiara Rika Dayani, Ibu Dwi Yunita Baska dari Bengkulu, Ibu Rini Nur Rahayu, dan yang terakhir adalah Bapak Sahrir dari Poltekkes Mataram. Baik, kepada para pemenang door prize, silakan raise hand. Apakah masih dalam room Zoom kami? Sudah raise hand? Oke, baik. Selamat untuk para pemenang door prize yang telah mendapatkan door prize dari kami. Dan bagi yang belum mendapatkan door prize, see you on the next event webinar. Ya, baik. Sekali lagi bagi para pemenang door prize, silahkan mohon untuk mengontak kami panitia melalui Telegram. Sekali lagi saya ucapkan selamat kepada para pemenang door prize. Baik, selanjutnya saya akan mempromosikan acara yang akan diselenggarakan oleh organisasi dari jurusan kebidanan. Izinkan saya untuk menyampaikannya dalam bahasa Inggris dan bahasa Indonesia. Okay, for the information, we are from Midwifery Department Organization, HMJ and HIMA of Health Polytechnic of Health Ministry Mataram, would like to present an interesting international competition that can be followed by all kind of age. The competition named BIAS, or Month of Science and Art Action. Actually, from that event, there will be several competitions, such as International Photography Competition, Poetry, Creative Kids Video Contest, International Poster Competition, Essay, Educational Video Contest, Creative Aerobic, and International Midwife Olympiad. Okay, and all of the competition will be held from 4th April until 27 June 2022. And the timeline of this event is 4th April until 22nd May 2022 for registration, 23rd May until 26th June 2022 for contest and judging. And the last is the final event of BIAS at 27 June 2022, announcement, the winner, and closing. If you're interested in our event, you can contact our administration or find us on Instagram for fast response at HMJ Kebidanan MTR, at Hima D3 Kebidanan _ and at Hima D4 Bidan. We will be very glad if participants of this webinar to participate on our international competition. Baik, untuk tambahan informasi dari kami, organisasi jurusan kebidanan, HMJ dan HIMA, Kebidanan Poltekkes Kemenkes Mataram akan mengadakan acara kompetisi yang sangat menarik untuk semua kalangan usia, yaitu BIAS atau Bulan Ilmiah dan Aksi Seni, yang dimana pada event tersebut akan ada beberapa cabang lomba, yaitu lomba fotografi internasional, lomba puisi, kontes video anak kreatif, lomba poster internasional, lomba isai, kontes video edukatif, lomba aerobik kreatif, dan olimpiade ilmiah kebidanan. Adapun timeline untuk event BIAS ini adalah mulai dari 4 April sampai dengan 22 Mei 2022 untuk registrasi, kemudian 23 Mei sampai dengan 26 Juni 2022 untuk pelaksanaan lomba dan penilaian, dan acara puncak BIAS yaitu pada tanggal 27 Juni 2022 untuk pengumuman pemenang sekaligus penutupan event BIAS. Bagi yang tertarik dapat menghubungi admin kami untuk informasi lomba dan pendaftaran, atau untuk respon yang lebih cepat dapat menghubungi kami di akun Instagram yaitu @HMJ Kebidanan MTR, @HIMA D3 Kebidanan, dan Hima D4 Bidan. Kami harapkan Bapak dan Ibu mahasiswa kesehatan dan masyarakat umum peserta webinar internasional pada hari ini untuk berpartisipasi dalam kegiatan kompetensi internasional yang akan kami selenggarakan sesaat lagi dimulai dari bulan April. Baik, untuk acara selanjutnya yaitu penutupan acara webinar. Untuk menutup acara webinar ini, izinkan saya kembali menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Finally, we come to the end of the webinar. We would like to thank the speaker for the informative and exciting presentation, and all of the participants for the active participation and kind attention. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you so much for having me as the Master of Ceremony. Have a great rest of your day and see you on the next webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bukti penghargaan mahasiswa.
Don't want to mislead, this is all you need. Be your everything, yeah, I'll be your everything. Still too soon to feel, please just say it's real. More than just a thrill, not just in it for the thrill.